Did I mention that I woke up at like 4?
Oh my god.
What?
Such a jump down.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta try to save yourself at just the last second, you know?
Yeah, it took
Have you
me
ever
forever to
played
get out
Breath of the
there.
Wild? You
I
gotta do
have,
it like
yeah.
that. You gotta do it like that. Like, you know, like where you open the chute and then just like, you know, drop it immediately.
Yeah. I was impressed. I
Unfortunately,
was.
this game's glider opening is way too slow. And it disappoints me.
All right. Well.
Alrighty, and NB. Anyway, so you mentioned Bao. What's going on
I did,
with her?
yes.
What's going on? What's going down?
From what I read on the documents that everyone is posting, I think there's like 6 of them now. From Bao and other artists that were working between Bao and Cinder. That Cinder, we don't. There is some evidence Cinder was aware, but mainly it comes from her manager and boyfriend.
Never have your boyfriend be your manager. I'm just saying that just sounds like you're asking for problems.
There was a request to not work with other artists. They were complaining about how Bao is encroaching in on their territory, I guess, when it comes to editors they hire, artists they hire, and they were requesting that they don't work with Bao and they work with them instead. I believe, if I read correctly, they mentioned they would be willing to pay for them not to work with other people in the document provided by Nanolus. And yeah, so it's like basically she's just stabbing her friends in the back.
So Bao's going around doing a little friend stabbing?
Oh no, it's Cinder that's doing the friend stabbing.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And there's been another document where someone's complained that Cinder stole her appearance, and it does certainly look a little
kind of like. Let's
so
be honest.
it looks a little compelling, I must say, because you've got a 1-for-1 when it comes to the kinds of attire that they are wearing, and it's only like a couple weeks later she's done this like 3 times. So
is it is it the same person every time, or is it just like
the same person? Yeah, it's this blue haired fox.
I guess I don't know. It's just like whenever I hear people be like, "Oh, you stole my aesthetic," I'm just like, okay.
No, it's not so much the aesthetic as it is just the attire itself, the clothing being worn. So she does the goth thing, the other one does the goth thing. One does a hoodie thing a little bit later. The other one does the hoodie thing, and it's a little compelling, but because it's a very it's a strange coincidence the first time, but after that it's not so much a coincidence anymore.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Never was a massive fan of Bao myself.
Oh, I don't watch her myself either.
What'd she pay for editing?
Which who?
Everyone said, holy moly, she actually paid for that. What'd she pay for?
Yeah, for editing of her videos, shorts, I guess. I think for shorts and videos, or there was some
like,
art.
Is it not high quality, or?
It's high quality, I presume. I mean, they're fighting over the artists.
I guess.
Yeah.
I swear, the number of times that VTuber drama happens because of art. Just do Skeb, guys. Okay, half these people don't speak English, so it makes it very easy to deal with, you know, like if they have grievances, you know, good luck. It turns into.
Oopsie daisy. Are you attacked?
And honestly, they're too no nonsense.
Oh, there goes the raid. It's all everyone's dead.
No, watcher either. Just seeing it flooded all over YouTube today. You know, I've been cut out of the loop when it comes to VTuber drama. I'm just waiting for the day that I finally catch a stray from, you know, one of the people that I'm associated with.
What do you mean? You think someone's gonna complain about you?
No, I just think I kind of associate with some, you know, with a couple of figures that would be considered somewhat controversial in the VTuber sphere. So it's like,
I mean, everyone's got some sort of controversy these days. Like, you know, no one's perfectly clean.
if you haven't been groomed or you're not a groomer, you're probably an actual criminal.
Okay, well, maybe let's not go that far. That's a little bit suspicious, Shira. But yeah, the whole business is.
That's just how VTubing works.
It does certainly bring up some questions about how they're running their business. If this is how they, because they're not small VTubers, right? So you'd imagine they have money to hire whoever they want to hire, and they'll get something of equal quality. There were some people who were suggesting it was a matter of saving money, but you don't pay someone to not work with other people to save money. What you would want to do is pay someone who is less expensive, usually because they can produce an equal product at a lower cost. You know, like someone who's new to doing art for VTubers, they don't have a name yet, and this is a great opportunity for them. So you can kind of negotiate a lesser cost. But
Now, all of you people know I am never sus. Not ever.
not at all. And some people were presuming that she's gonna throw her boyfriend under the bus.
Which is honestly really scummy. Let's be honest.
You know, and in terms of, you know, what's all this here?
But
In terms
then
of
again,
like,
first rule of anything online: never work with the people that you're dating.
yeah, I mean, certainly, don't work with family is a common expectation. It can be very messy.
Well, once money gets thrown into the mix with anything, look at how most people tend to be whenever, like, you know, like when Grandpa dies or something, you know.
That's true.
Turns into a freaking free for all. Everybody's just attacking each other. It's awful.
Yeah, it's a real shame people have to fight over receiving stuff from their grandparents or their parents. That's even worse. So that's why you don't want to work with a family unless you have a very solid business plan, which I think today, like, it's pretty easy to get a solid business plan. You know, we do things a certain way. Which is one of the things I was mentioning to
Kind of forgot there were
some acquaintances that we were talking about this whole Bao thing, and it's like, well, I mean, the fact that the artist could even come out and talk about it already to me stinks of not having a good solid contract, because normally you want to have a contract that gags the artist so they can't talk about what you're doing behind the scenes. You know, just from a purely business, angle. Normally, you want to make sure that people can't just go around talking willy-nilly about your business with them.
This guy is so bugged. Oh my god.
Who's that?
I'm fighting a random boss right now, and he is not working properly.
Is it one of those world bosses?
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I'm high enough level I can start going for some of these bosses.
Hey, you get some little things for it. Ancient technology points for one.
Yeah.
Though, in my experience, once you reach a certain point, ancient technology points are way too common.
I do recall them being pretty common before.
Like, there's not enough stuff to spend them on.
I know they're for building some stuff, but
Well, it's for unlocking
what else?
technology.
Okay.
I should probably go on ahead and grab some stuff.
Do we need ancient PAL manuscripts for anything?
They're useful for research, not much else.
Okay, I'll just exchange these for money then, because
There's a box in the base where we have I've had some stored. It's not hard though to develop a surplus.
I did notice I was
Hard to
playing.
develop a surplus.
I had started playing yesterday on my own a little bit, on a different world, because I don't want to encroach on like our progress together. And after a while, I was like, okay, I get the loop now. I'm starting to understand how things work.
Yeah, the loop's not that difficult.
No, it's not. I just had to kind of get into the loop because it had been a while since I had played. Where do I throw my money? Oops, Daisy.
Well, the good news is I can now kill pretty much any boss.
See, this is why I was like, let's lower the experience a little bit, because
For what it's worth, when you have your pals built correctly, it adds like an extra like 20-ish levels.
that's true.
Which, fun fact, is required for some of the late game stuff.
Oh,
Like the late game
because of
bosses.
difficulty, or
Well, yeah, it just gets so difficult or the numbers just get so high. Late game bosses are no joke. They are freaking ridiculous.
well, that's good because I remember. Oh, my guys destroyed this guy. I remember it being like fairly easy. Like at late game when I was playing over a year ago, I was just capturing as many pals as possible. At that point, killing things wasn't really worth it.
Yeah, the game definitely does have that loop to it. Which is fun. But breeding can be very time consuming if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to head to the volcano. Oh, but then I gotta go. Grab some stuff for that. I'll think about it. I admit, I am, I'm kinda going through it right now.
So our boss defeated.
No, it's not the one. Yup.
Oh, raw kelpsie. You can eat the kelpsie. That's nice.
Here. I can upgrade it a bit. The money's sitting in my pocket otherwise.
I just throw it in the box.
What?
I just throw all the coins in the box. I got myself a whole bunch of PAL spheres to go around capture as many as possible now.
Oh, did you catch a Vixie, by the way?
I don't know if I did, but I know that they can certainly get some coins and PAL spheres and put them in
They're
a
not
ranch.
good for farming money, but they're great for farming pal spheres.
Yeah.
Problem with money
Yeah,
is you have to make like so much money it doesn't matter what you do. Nasko Nicola, welcome, Riven.
I'm already out of ammunition. I found that the tri-shot bow might be a little bit better than the pistol, just a bit.
The tri-shot bow?
When it comes to like not having to spend a lot of resources, or not the crossbow, the
Oh, are
poison
you using the
crossbow.
basic pistol or?
I'm
like
using
handgun?
the handgun.
Yeah, handgun
Because, like,
ammo is a bit costly to make.
yeah, that's what I've noticed now.
Like once you reach a certain point, it just starts becoming a bit difficult to justify keeping it all around. The number of ingots they're asking you to use.
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's too costly for what I'm gonna be getting out of there in damage. So I'm like, well, screw that. I'm just gonna get myself a crossbow.
Yeah, that's the problem with the pistol. It's too costly for what you're getting in damage. Oh, no, okay. Kind of, we're playing Pal World.
We are.
Aw. Oof. I'm never good at topics.
It can be a little tricky.
Sluto, welcome, Steven.
There was the Oblivion game that came out this week.
Oh, yeah! They look cursed. They look really cursed.
You mean the characters in that game?
The Khajiit, they look cursed. So cursed.
They do look a bit cursed, I find. They're like, a teddy bear.
I wonder if we're gonna end up hearing a thing about how, like, we're gonna hear, like, a scandal where they're just like, it was all AI upscaled.
That would be interesting. That would surprise me, I think. But I mean, they're trying to do everything AI these days, so maybe it's not too surprising if they did.
I mean, Bethesda just suddenly comes out with an Oblivion remaster, like.
Yeah, it is a bit sudden. I kind of wish they had done Morrowind instead.
Morrowind is the one that needs the facelift more. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it also needs to have its combat adjusted.
No.
But all the stats. Yeah.
Combat stays.
No, the combat has to be adjusted slightly.
I do not want them to just go changing unique combat systems. It's the same thing with KOTOR, with a KOTOR remake. I don't want it primarily because I know for a fact they're gonna go over the combat and be like, oh, this doesn't suit our modern sensibilities of I just need to be able to hit something with a rock or something.
I mean, being able to change from like weapon to spell was a little bit annoying. So it'd be kind of cool to like just kind of work that a little bit. Having a wheel to very quickly to select which kind of spell you want to grab, like in Skyrim, that would be very useful.
The hit mechanics do not change.
Oh no, the hit mechanics don't change. I think I'll keep that tied to agility.
You have my attention.
Yeah, I'll keep the hit die because for one, it wasn't that bad. It forced you to put more points into agility, so that if someone tried to hit you, you could
complain
dodge.
a lot about that one, and I think it's kind of dumb how much they complain about it.
Yeah, they'll complain about that, but they won't complain about D&D.
Yeah,
It's just based on D&D.
Like everybody insists on having it so that I want to hit something, I'm gonna hit it. It's just because the game's in first person, but it's like okay.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly the point. Daisy.
It's not that I don't like change. It's more so that I don't like it when they go out of their way to suddenly make something suitable for modern sensibilities. And you know what modern sensibilities are? Lowest common denominator.
That's true, yeah. But yeah, no, the hit die thing that made some sense because you can always increase your agility beyond 100 points in that game. So it's a choice with
Dude, it's not even like it was ever that bad in my experience. It seriously
wasn't-
is just don't have some freaking fatigue potions on hand, and you're good.
I think it was also funny to have everybody fight a scrub and get paralyzed and just die from the paralysis from the scrub.
Oh,
Like,
I don't
everyone's
mind
had that
it
experience.
also being kind of difficult. It's kind of entertaining.
I don't think it was so much difficulty as it was just like fucking hilarious to see. I think everyone has experience playing Morrowind at least once, where you're level 1 or 2. You see a scrub, and you're like, this little thing is gonna get destroyed, and then you hit it, and it fights back by paralyzing you, and you just stay paralyzed the entire time, and you're just like, no, I don't want to die. You know, you're just furious with the result.
Look, all I'm saying, Morrowind is the only Elder Scrolls game where you're playing as a normal freaking person.
I mean,
Until
you're
the end.
you're the Nerevarine.
You become the Nerevarine. My understanding of it is you're not the Nerevarine at the very start, though.
No, you are. You're the reincarnation.
I'm pretty sure that it sort of ends up being a little bit more complicated than just purely that.
From what I recall, it was you are the reincarnated Nerevarine, and that's why what's his face will address you as well. He'll address you at all, unless you're an Argonian. If you've seen the memes, you know.
Well, yeah, you become the Nerevarine by the time you meet Dagoth. Because you gotta remember, Elder Scrolls lore is freaking weird. Like,
It is, but
really
they address
weird.
that in Dagger. They address that with the Dragon Break in Daggerfall.
In my personal opinion, the concept of the Dragon Break is kind of stupid.
I think it's cute. I think it's really cool that they thought about time, like the fourth wall, time saves and loads, and they had like this explanation for it. And in Morrowind, Vivek understands that this thing exists, and he addresses it like, "I'm not going to fight you because there's no point."
I just find it frustrating because it's like one of those things where it's just like it feels more like people who aren't willing to commit.
I mean, if people
So
want to save scum, people want to save scum. It's fine,
I'm
but
not
I think
talking
it's
about
funny
save
that
scumming. I'm talking about like, you know, the writers.
no, I
I
think
guess
it's
you
the
can.
opposite.
I guess you can easily argue though that if you do that, then the writer's just gonna always pick the most boring outcome for the story. Because let's face it.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think they, like, at least with the Dragon Break, they actually committed to the idea that there are multiple universes because the player can save and load, so it makes it, you know, it does it like a story explanation to why is it you still defeat someone even though you had to save scum. I think it's very clever.
Oh, I'm mostly just talking about the whole everything is canon thing.
Oh, I don't think they made it everything canon. I think they just addressed it as part of the canon.
In a lot of situations, everything is canon. Like I'm pretty sure every ending to Daggerfall is considered canon.
Yeah. I mean, there is the actual ending, which
Even
is part
though
of the story.
many of them are antithetical to one another.
What's Daisy? Probably gonna move the my base here to the another one. I did see a spot with more iron and a little more flatland. If you're
Honestly,
interested.
we don't really need more iron deposits.
Yeah, it does look like we have quite a bit, everything we need
Not
here
to
anyways.
mention, we also do have the things, so I don't have to worry about, making more. Because we already have the ore mining site. And ore mining site 2 pops up next level.
Oh,
All I'm saying. All I'm saying.
that's the big one if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Dude,
The big one.
yeah.
I'm
I
getting
find it to be a
close to that
little.
point where I'm able to start making shotgun shells. But I'm also like... Refined ingots are kind of a pain to make at this stage of the game.
Oh yeah.
It's an ask.
So you woke up a little bit late. Did you have any good dreams?
No.
Oh.
Mostly nightmares. People who aren't
Oh,
here with us
okay.
anymore.
Oh, well, this got dark.
Yeah. Got a lot of regret.
I see.
Okay, I gotta make that improved furnace. Where's...
Oh, you've got the thing for it? Cool. Yeah. I'll try and focus on getting that farm working. Found
Also
the.
got the stone structures set. So... We can build using stone now.
Daisy. You wanted me to build a thing for fox paws.
Alright then. Also, I'll have you know that Grisbolt that I have at the base right now has a electricity generation skill of 5. That's beyond the maximum right there.
That's pretty good. What's the max? Doesn't it usually just go to like 3? With some exceptions being 4?
Okay, so it's like, the maximum level for any, work skill is typically gonna be about 5. Normally
Okay.
it stops at, every pallet is their own, ranking in the skill. It's based on the species. Normally there's like one pallet as that reaches rank 4. And then if you fully merge a pallet, gives +1 to all of their work skills.
And emerge, you mean like the condenser?
Yes.
Okay.
And I mean fully merge. Not like, like you gotta, it takes like over 100 pals to fully merge one. Or at least it feels like over 100. Jeez. Do I play with shadows? No, we are not playing with shadows right now, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're keeping it with VTubers, streamers.
Man, I don't know if we're gonna add anybody in here, because they're kind of far in, and it might take a bit for anybody to get in, Yeah. Oof. Guys, I apologize. I have had better days.
Yeah, there's no
Anyways,
stress
there's
today.
also a
We're just-
there's also a pretty rare item. Manuals that you can use to make pals level up their work skills even further.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. It's incredible. This is Umbra.
Hello, I'm Umbra. I'm Lord Umbra. Fear assembly line. We have to build one of those things. When we get that thing.
Air dash.
Level.
Wait, when do I get double jump boots? Bit of a ways away.
Yeah, level 35 so we got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to go through my other base. I'm going to bring everything over here, and I'm going to tear it all down and move the base.
Oh, the
Yeah.
other base is getting torn down.
Yeah, the one I set up in the meadow.
Ah, you worked so hard on it though.
I did, but I kind of want to put my stuff into a... Where can I throw this guy? Oh, there we go. Want to put some stuff elsewhere, because it's a prettier location, and I'm a sucker for aesthetics.
I
And I can
tell ya.
still have a nice farm there. I could be
Oh,
wrong,
by the
but...
way, I got the shipping containers unlocked.
Oh,
So, if we have enough metal, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to invest.
yeah. I mean, I got, there's a certain point where you just have to get like as much metal as possible. If not for the container, then for the Palspheres.
I mean, we're already sitting. We were sitting on like 600. Enough ore to make over about 600 ingots.
Mm.
I ended up having to just cut halfway through that because I knew that if I didn't, we'd end up having too much stuff and it just laid problems.
But yeah, I'm trying to level up as quickly as possible so I can kind of keep up and... help with building stuff, because I'm sort of lagging behind.
Never played Bayonetta. I've heard good things about him. Though it is a platinum game, so that's kind of just a bit of a given.
I played it, I never really got into the game.
No.
No. Kind of felt a
Status
little bit...
sometimes. Too sexy 5U.
I think it was just very spammy. Wasn't very entertaining.
Kinda
Just a
how
long time
games like
ago,
that
though.
are. Oh yeah, and another thing we're gonna have to do at some point. We're gonna have to get an oil refinery set up.
I did see some oil canisters. So yeah. What's required for that?
Not a refinery. Just a harvester. We're gonna have a base set up specifically for it.
Okay.
It has to be in a specific spot though.
Is it like near the water?
No, there's like these oil wells or whatever in the world that you can find.
Okay. I'm gonna bring over as much stuff as I have.
I just found a place with 2 oil wells and a bunch of coal deposits.
Where's that?
It's over in the desert.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It'll be fun to do our own Operation Desert Storm. I really hope that they do that one update eventually does feature weather.
Is the weather supposed to have an effect on mobility and capture and pals?
I don't know. Just anything. I just like to see. I think if for nothing else, it just to make the world feel more lively.
I think it'd be nice, yeah, having environmental systems affect the gameplay.
Though I also could see that turning into... You know what? You know what? They should totally make it... If they do add weather, they have to make it so that pals have moves that can change it.
You mean like in Pokemon where they have, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool, yeah. I think I would like to see it have like some effort behind it. It'd be also kind of cool if the weather, if it's raining, you don't have to have your watering pals out. And have like a weather machine late game, so you can just have it rain all day in your area.
Or pals get buffs based on the weather.
That too, yeah. Be cool to have a pal that just changes based on the weather. Again, like in Pokemon. Yeah,
Hopefully
hello,
it
Tortilla.
has. Hopefully it has a nice whack like cast form does, though.
How's it going, Tortilla? Your life is never going to be the same after the pal dating game? Oh my.
I am excited for that one.
Oh, yeah. Tell me why.
I really don't know why. Mostly just me.
Besides Lavender.
I like the Grisbolt design that they added in that actually.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Let me take a look.
Yeah, it's like Grisbolt but with like that delinquent aesthetic, I think.
I have the impression it might be the case.
And he and Zoe are, I guess, a thing.
Oh.
Does that surprise you at all?
It doesn't, but still, I have to say, oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, also in the game, so in the main Power World game, apparently Grisbolt is referred to as female, though. So I don't know what the deal is there. Squishy, welcome, how's it even?
I don't see him, but the Black Marketeer looks interesting.
I love the Black Marketeer.
That grin is just like sinister.
I love the Black Marketeer. He's got that classic look, you know.
It looks dangerous.
It's supposed to be dangerous.
Someone's gonna make something out of that. I swear.
And that's kind of a given. I mean, you know, you gotta have at least one character of that archetype.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we definitely have a lot of wood stone now from because we didn't have that much before, so I had them making it a lot in the other basin. So you have like, I guess, like 2,000 of each now. Yeah, let me take these guys out because they're all over the place.
It speaks a lot about you that you're excited for a Power World dating sim and find normal human ones awkward. I find all dating sims to be kind of awkward. It's just kind of my opinion, though. It's just it. You know what? Not my genre, generally speaking.
Dating sims. They did one for Dead by Daylight, which everyone was ecstatic about.
The asymmetric horror game?
Yeah.
So what, are you able to romance Jason?
Yes. And he's got a bikini. He's got not a bikini, but he's got a swimmer.
I guess they beat Power to the punch. Oh well.
Yeah, maybe they were inspired by that one.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, and in fact, he's the first one on the box. It's called Hooked on You.
I like it when they make a dating sim for something and they give it a really cheesy name.
Yeah. Here we go. He's got like one of those 1950s bathing suits. There you go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, that happened.
Yeah, they've got the other ones, like bikinis and A lot of people played it when it came out. It looked well made. Didn't see any bugs.
Graphic novels are also interesting. Though where they stand between, the line between graphic novel and dating sim can be a little bit at times,
Yeah. Bikini? Yeah, tortilla bikinis.
No, a Harmonic Drive, this is an 18 plus stream.
Oh, what's happening?
So, like, I don't care if you talk about an 18 plus game here.
Yeah, we can talk about certain subjects and just other ones we'll try and stay away from.
I recently saw a video on YouTube and it kind of made me want to check out Metal Gear Survive.
Which one is that? The fourth one?
That's the one that was made post Kojima leaving Konami.
Oh, okay. I haven't played any of those games at all.
Yeah, the one that was in the Fox engine and like they made it after Kojima left and everybody just looked at it as like a cash grab.
Let's see. That makes some sense. You pick up all the iron here. Oh boy.
Best part about Power World is just shooting some of the most adorable things you can find with guns.
I do. It is fun to be a little bit. Was it cathartic? Oh, just recovery meds. That's interesting. I don't recall that being in the game.
No?
No,
Kind of
recovery
been here for a
med.
bit.
I do see that they added some a medicine cabinet, so they just have to help themselves instead of you having to constantly click on them and grab them and pull them into a.
Oh, it's
You know.
annoying. In my opinion, I wish you could do that stuff in the PAL box.
I wish it was, yeah.
I'd really like
But
if
I-
they let us do that stuff on the PAL box, like giving meds or stuff like that. Because, okay, here's something. I don't know if you've ever used the, what's it called? I don't know if you've ever used the strange juice before. It's supposed to, like, boost the PAL's work speed.
That's the one that Lavender drops, I think, or the
Yes,
suspicious
that's the one
juice.
that Lavender drops. Yeah, that's the roofies. But yeah, but the problem is you have to constantly apply it. You can't put in a medicine cabinet or anything. It's so annoying.
Oh, okay. Holy smokes! What all this weight? This is why I move the
Alright,
boxes
Core
close to the.
Memorist's currently duking it out. Time to get in between them. And they're dead.
God damn! Like, yeah, your guy's too strong.
Like I said, they're leveled, so it's like, I don't.
That's true, but they're still really, really strong. Let me see if I can build
It's a
a.
really strong level 37.
I'm gonna build an incubator or two because I have all these freaking eggs with me, and I don't know what to do with them.
It's like on one hand, I'm just like, maybe I should incubate them. On the other hand, I'm just like, how's they work though?
Well, it will certainly add to like the pals that we need, so we don't have to capture them.
Yeah.
It's
And
just
this is
passive.
and this is an offline save, so it does at least mean that it's typically gonna be shorter wait times.
Oh, is that true? Okay, I didn't know.
Unless you want to set it to really high, but I don't recommend that because
I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm kind of everything so far is just kind of like normal.
the highest
Like,
the
I'm-
numbers will go for like how long it takes for them to hatch is gonna be like in the area of like I think like 12 hours. I think.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. I don't remember it being that long. Is it because they're just really good pals when they're taking that long, or?
Typically it depends on the class of pal, yeah. Like there's a few different varieties of... My understanding is that pals kind of do actually have variety. Even though it doesn't show up on any screens or anything, they do have it.
Okay. Yeah. The
And
basis.
so yeah, high variety pals are just, you know, they take longer to hatch. It made making a perfect Quivern very fun, to say the least. The biggest
The base has been
irony is
taken
that
apart.
Quivern's not even considered the highest rarity. Pokemon looks sluggish and looks positively sluggish in style and animation. Honestly, yeah, kinda. Honestly, my main problem is just like the classic JRPG is really hard to justify playing some days. You know?
Or have you seen the new something 33 that they released?
They made a 33rd Dragon Quest.
Expedition 33, that's the one.
They made a 33rd Expedition.
Yeah, it just came out. It looks like it's like a JRPG inspired game. It looks really, really good. All the character models look really good. There's
Yeah.
it starts with like some really good depth in terms of like the sensation of loss. I haven't played it myself, but I watched people play and I was like, I'm very impressed with it.
Yeah, then... And don't get me wrong, I don't mind the classic JRPG, like, you know, gameplay style, like, I've been playing through Etrian Odyssey lately. My only issue with them is that, like, they are always so long.
Yeah. I mean, that was what a lot of JRPGs were criticized for. You know, like over a decade ago or 2 decades ago, that things were very linear and very grindy.
Honestly, the funny thing about Etrian Odyssey isn't even that it's really grindy. It's just that there's just so much to do in it, and it's just takes so long to get through all of it.
Oh, then it doesn't sound too bad to me.
My main issue is just like, you know, because it's a dungeon crawler. So it can get a little bit repetitive at times.
I see.
And then you get like, you know, your post-game super bosses, and it gets so difficult to go through it all. Ah, yes. Level 38. And I need to go kill some bosses.
I've only beaten one boss in the towers. I have to beat the second one.
Oh yeah, there are tower bosses. Do I have enough heat resistance to make it to the top of the volcano? The best thing on things that are weaker than you is seeing the really big numbers. You know, you just gotta, you know, attack a random, like, you know, Gummoss or something, and you just see like 18,000 damage, one hit. Is Nintendo still big mad at this game? Nintendo will never not be big mad at this game.
Yeah, I think they're very angry with it, but it looks like it's going in the favor of Pocket Pal.
They have
With
a
their-
fair case.
Yeah,
In my opinion. We'll see how it actually develops. Because that really is what all of it comes down to in the end. I really like Alpha Gummoss. They're just so big.
oh yeah, I caught one. And not alpha, but like the big ones.
That's an alpha.
Oh yeah, he was shiny. I still want like an alpha Chickapee.
I have caught shiny chickadees before.
I give them a funny name, so. Where do I make a weapon here? Ah, here it is.
I tell ya. Sometimes it feels like
Okay.
you're calling a freaking Eagle airstrike in Helldivers.
when you're just destroying small guys.
But yeah, like you're destroying. Yeah, like you just drop like a freaking bombardment on them. It's crazy.
Yeah, I do recall doing something similar late game. I'm looking forward to that. It feels good to have like a really fast moving pal that can just obliterate an area.
I don't really mind them being fast moving as much as it is just I just want to be able to have pals that I like. I know Jet Dragon is really fast though.
I'm level 27. Is that enough to go to the desert now and get me a dizzy?
Oh yeah, it should probably be fine.
Okay. Because I want to get the princess.
Want that brat?
Yeah, with a little smile.
That was tonight's meme. Did you see the tweet that I did before after I went live?
I didn't know. Let me take a look. Oh, you. Oh my goodness. Correction required. My goodness.
I could not myself. That image was just too perfect.
I think it's funny. I didn't know you put that there. So.
I posted it like right after I went live.
Yeah. Yeah. Now it looks like one of the eggs are done. No, they're all taking about like 10 minutes at most, I think. Okay.
Yeah, but Nintendo will always be mad at this. When I lose the lawsuit, they'll never be happy.
I do recall hearing one of their bosses or former bosses, I think, what was it? Shizune? Reggie? Reggie was criticizing Nintendo about it not being Nintendo he remembers leaving.
I love Reggie. Like, seriously.
Yeah,
Like,
he doesn't seem to be
Reggie
very
was...
passionate.
It isn't until... Like, now that he's not around anymore, like, you just kind of realize just how much he really mattered to it all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But his criticism, and there was another one who mentioned that Nintendo was doing things incorrectly. I think it was the one who came after Iwata.
I imagine a lot of it relates to the Switch 2 and other stuff. Because I know that a lot, because the Switch 2 is kind of a big departure from previous stuff.
That is the criticism, yes. They were saying, like, it's not... Switch was something new and innovative, but now the Switch 2 just seems to be, like, more of the same, but just better. And it's not what Nintendo should be renowned for. And I think that's a nice, passionate response. Like, if you really care about not just creating a product, but about creating the best product for the best experience, like that's a pretty fair.
The thing about it is that Nintendo really wants to try to be at like the forefront of things. At least that's how it used to be. But now I feel like they're just kind of getting too
often in industries is that they get comfortable and then you see a decline. But there's also been a change in leadership. Like it's Doug Bowser doing things now,
He
and
used to work with EA apparently.
yep, he worked for EA.
Which,
So
I'm surprised that didn't end up turning into more of a news story in the past.
yeah, I'm surprised too.
I'm
Like,
surprised I didn't hear about that until like well after he was already CEO
because
of Nintendo of
it would have
America.
been would have made some absolutely great memes that Nintendo's over. It's all going to
Well,
be downhill from here.
you gotta remember, Nintendo is to gaming what Disney is to film and television. I guess more like film, but still, you get the point. Nintendo's more of a Disney at the end of the day, you know?
I mean, it was something that was loved, and now everyone reviles it.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. It's like, that it's very brand heavy, you know?
It is,
Nintendo
and
is more of a brand than anything else.
yeah, but it had things before, like the Nintendo seal of quality, right? It had these things that meant something, and now it just kind of means
The Nintendo
diddly
seal of
squat.
quality never meant anything. Let's be honest.
No, but they did certainly brand it as being something. They did
One
a very good job
episode of
marketing it.
AVGN. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Is there okay?
You have to watch one episode of AVGN, and then you'll know how much that Nintendo seal of quality mattered.
I think I haven't seen any of AVGN.
No?
No.
How in the world? You really are old.
I don't know. I think it was around a time when I was busy doing a lot of other things in my life, so I just never watched it.
I was too busy courting
Too busy.
politicians to his side.
Damn right. The Empire must prevail. I did what I had to do.
Didn't get to freaking know about. Disgusting. Never seen an episode of Angry Video Game. Not even putting on this background noise.
No, never.
I used to watch it a ton when I was growing up, and I was always. It was like one of those things where it was so funny to me, but I didn't want my parents to see it, you know?
No?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he cussed a lot.
Oh, okay.
Like, a lot. That was back when
Oh, okay.
cussing was funny. Now it's just sad.
Swearing is not necessarily. Oops, how do I get this thing to work here?
That kid who, cussing was like half their personality grew up, and they never grew out of it, though.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a habit, right? It's a bad habit.
Oh, I've tried my best to break the habit myself.
I think, it can be difficult though because it's a verbal tick, right? So
I think I'm typically pretty good about it, though, despite everything.
I don't hear you swear that often, so I think so.
I try to keep it not common. I'm not somebody who's gonna be all like, yeah, never cuss, but like, I don't want to say it too often because I know that if I do, it's gonna end up turning into a. It's not a moment when I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
if
don't
someone's
want.
swearing all the time.
Well, yeah, like when people swear all the time, it just turns into their vocabulary, and it's not a moment. It means nothing.
Yeah. But it takes away also like the gravity.
Well, yeah, it's about the significance of it. It's supposed to mean something. Cuss words. Some people just don't get it. Some people just don't get it. That's all I'm saying.
It's interesting. Overlaps with another object. What other object is here? Shouldn't be another object here. That's very odd.
I was going for the catch, but that didn't work out. Oh well. That's life for ya. Boss down. Ore mining site 2 has been I've got the schematics for it.
Yep.
Yeah. More efficient ore mining site.
Oh, these pillars are a little bit annoying. They don't want to be placed exactly where I want them to be placed.
The building could use some work, but then again, I know a few games where the building could use some work. I really hope that one of these days No Man's Sky does an actual update to the building. Because, God, base building needs some enhancements.
I have never played that game either, so I'm...
I recommend it. It's a fun time. It's very different from a game like Power Out, though. But I don't think it's... I think it's fun, though. It's fun if you like exploring a lot.
A little bit. I like to explore, and...
The story's also a bit interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah. Then they added
I think...
multiplayer and invalidated the vast majority of the story, though.
I think I might end up, like, looking at the story more than anything. Okay, I can put the PAL box here.
I'm building a large container. I'll probably build a few of them, though. At least over time I'll build a few of them. Don't know, Phil.
Let me see just how far it goes. Okay, it goes about that far. Oh shoot, that's not quite a lot of... That's not a lot of space.
Ugh.
Put it here.
Fun fact, Umbra. I'm really bad at organizing stuff.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
I love organizing stuff, but I have noticed that our base is a little disorganized.
I blame the fact that chests don't have many slots in this game. At least the early game chests don't.
Too many slots.
Too many slots. Alright then, let's see here. Remaining site 2, we have enough materials for it. Good.
So, what kind of stuff are we going to need a lot of right now? What kind of ingredients or...
A lot of... hard to say, actually. Ore,
okay.
Well, we've kind of got that covered, so I'm not too worried.
Okay.
And ore mining site 2 is up. I'm gonna get all the dig twice on the ore mining site because I want to make sure that we're getting all the ore possible. I love getting rubber banded to a place I don't remember being. Yeah, but Reggie was one of those people that, you don't
He
really
certainly
know
had
how
passion.
good things were until they start to suck.
Yeah, that's true. He had passion, which is nice to see in well, anyone in the company.
Pretty much. Doug Bowser's clearly just here for a paycheck and not much else.
Yeah, I
Realistically
certainly get that
speaking.
impression.
We got best cloud.
S Cloud
Yeah, best cloud.
is a pal, or
Yeah,
oh, you mean Dizzy, or
yeah.
oh yeah,
One of the eggs hatched into one. Was that all the eggs, or I don't know.
I think we have more around the base. Yeah, there are a few more around the base somewhere.
Like I said,
But
I'm not good when it comes to all that stuff.
organizing,
Pretty much.
I'll take care of the organization. I'll make everything perfect.
Yeah, when you get
'Cause I-
huge pal eggs, the amount of time it takes from the hatch gets really high.
Yeah,
Like if you're trying to hatch a bunch of Jit Dragon, for example, it's always gonna be a huge egg.
I see. Oh, wait,
Same thing with Anubis for whatever reason. I don't know why Anubis is a huge egg though.
He's,
I wouldn't call
you're
him
supposed to
big.
get him like much later on.
You know, the funny thing about it is, once you get breeding as a thing, Anubis is extremely easy to get.
I do recall that being mentioned. Yeah,
Yeah. Anubis is great
I
though.
mean, he is really good. So like they wanted to make it difficult to catch him. They wanted to make it late game. But
No, Anubis is like the best worker in slaughterhouse pal I can think of.
that'd be kind of cool. Like if you want to, instead of having like a cleaver, if they had like a
There's a thing for
slaughterhouse in
it.
this game.
There's a machine for it.
There is a machine for it. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes. Leva. It's a very late game though.
Late game, pal slaying.
Level 54, pal disassembly conveyor.
That's a nice way of saying we're gonna kill them.
Well, all I'm saying is Anubis is great for it because Anubis drops large pal souls and occasionally drops technical manuals. So in other words, it's really useful for late game grinding. Because when you need a lot of pal souls, that's probably the best way to get them.
I do recall the palace souls being important for making guys stronger.
Every stat can be raised, I think, about 60% using pal souls.
All right, I think I have it perfectly positioned now. The base. I could also off just a little bit. actually. Maybe I can move it a little bit back.
Yeah,
Maybe I can move
yeah, health, attack, and defense can all be raised by up to 60%. Also OX speed, but I've never really used OX speed. Oh, I've
I've
looked
never
into
used
PAL
X
lore.
Driver.
I know PAL lore. It's wild.
Overlaps with another object, but there's nothing here. There's nothing here for it to overlap with. That is very strange.
Sometimes they don't want you building in certain places.
Yeah, I could see that.
Very
There's only
sad.
building. The floors must be touching the ground. Huh. Okay.
Just imagine you're just like a random syndicate thug and just all of a sudden a bunch of meteors fall from the sky and kill you.
Looks like they want to have some ground distance between the flooring and this PAL box, which
Yeah, the PAL box does have a lot of... It's really weird. I kind of wish
Yes.
you could build them inside, but...
yeah. Kind of wishing that too. But it looks like my issue is they don't want it to be a certain. Oh, there we go.
Like, you can't put one
certain-
up against a wall.
They don't want it to be. There's like if you have it on a platform on a surface, they don't want it to be. They want it to be at least a minimum distance from actual ground.
That's
What I'm
weird.
saying here, because I have it on a. I have a. What's it called here? In the foundations tab, I have a wooden foundation, and there is a bit of a slope where I have it underneath, and yeah. And I'm trying to make this thing absolutely perfect in its placement. Trying to align it with everything. I'm being a little bit autistic about this.
Yeah, we're a little autistic sometimes.
Yeah. Oh shoot. The ground is not okay, damn. The ground has to be elevated a bit more. Because I don't want the ground like seeping through.
Yeah, but you can't get the sulfur mine until level 45. And 41's when we get the coal mine. I'm happy they at least gave us mines for all this.
I do remember buying a lot of stuff. Guys, I didn't know about. I wasn't using the merchants in the game previously until. But now recently, I was like, oh hey, they've got all this stuff here, all these goodies. Make sure my ground is planar. It is. Okay. It is plane. However, this is a bit too high. That's another thing that.
You just gotta put out that thing that's how you check if the ground is level or I'm tapping out.
Huh?
You start pulling out
Just-
that thing where you check if the ground is level, I'm tapping out.
No, I'm just making sure the ground is. I don't want the ground sticking out of my foundation, so I want it to be of a certain height. But it has to be a little higher. So I will spend a lot of time on this, just making things perfect. I'm more than a little bit of a perfectionist.
Don't play the Etcher and Odyssey games then. You have to draw your own map in those games, and it makes you really want to do it perfect.
I've watched you play it. I probably would be a little bit, because as soon as I would make it, I would change my mind about color coding things. I'd go back and change everything, spend like half an hour on it, and be like, okay, now it's perfect. And then find one little thing that's off, and then have to restart everything all over again. That's how I am. I'm a little bit insane like that. That's a
Man, I am
touch.
getting some serious lag right now.
At the base?
No, I'm currently doing what's it called? I think it just... Okay, no, there we go. It fixed. No, I'm doing the oil rig.
Oh, okay.
It's a level 30 structure to go after.
I do recall you
Honestly,
saying that the oil rigs were more difficult.
The level 31 is easy. The level 61 is doable. Or no, sorry, the level 55 one is doable. The level 61, however... God help you.
Daisy. There we go.
Also, I've noticed that the reticle for aiming when you're on a pal's back is a bit off when you're aiming upwards.
You mean like it's offset?
Yeah, like it doesn't. The pal doesn't shoot where the reticle is.
Huh. That's a bug.
Very bizarre.
I noticed that the wood grain is not.
Gathering teams, exploration, boss lane. My main problem with making multiple teams is that that's an experience sink right there.
Multiple teams of what?
Characters in a True Odyssey.
Oh, I see.
Because if you want to make more than one team, you gotta that's like you gotta throw experience into that. It takes a bit to go through.
Okay.
Like for me, it's about how quickly I can get the setup going. Because to get a proper gathering team, that's like minimum 10 levels.
Oh, and now it doesn't mind me putting the power box on elevated ground. That's strange.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
It just isn't like this.
Stuff just doesn't work. Other times,
Oh, you know,
it just does.
I think I know what it is now. It's not because of the ground elevation. It's because there's these stairs here, and it must consider them to be a special entity in the world. And so what it's doing is it's not permitting for me to put it too close to the entity.
Maybe?
I think that might be the case. Yeah. I also wish, like, when you place a PAL box, there was the option to have the camera pan out, so you can see exactly where you're putting it in the space itself, so you don't have to constantly move it like a meter. You kind of like
They probably
move
should
it up.
added an outright build camera to the game.
Yeah.
I know No Man's Sky is a build camera.
No.
Because while construction's not the most important thing in the game, it's certainly one of those things that they have invested a fair bit of resources into making good.
Yeah, because I want to be placed just right. I don't want to have too much space on the bridge that's near here. There's a boss right there. So if we just want to camp him, I can do that.
Hey, best way to take out bosses early game is to treat them like raid bosses.
Did you call your Grisbold Burr?
Yes.
Just got a little notice that says Burr defeated so and so. I'm like, is it because that's the noise that the minigun makes?
Yes. I don't know that you got notifications that about my
Yeah.
pals.
Anytime you do anything, it tells me on the side like so and so did X or Y. It says
Well,
like Burr defeated Syndicate Gunner, Burr defeated Syndicate Hunter.
I try to give my pals like unique nicknames. It's kind of hard. I'm not really the best when it comes to naming stuff.
Okay. Okay. I think the placement is almost perfect. Right here. It's just offset by like 1 degree, but it's fine. It's fine.
I am fully convinced that enemies just spawn in these places. I guess it means to go way to get oil at least early game. The only thing this game is missing is the lack of the option to just dump crude oil into the ocean. It was almost game of the year.
Maybe a tactic. You just put crude oil everywhere and start setting it on fire. Environmental hazard.
No, I don't know. I just want to kill some fish. Definitely am curious how the next big update's gonna be.
This game and Stardew Valley, I've been looking forward to their updates.
I definitely do hope that we do see some of the stuff that was in the beta. Or like in like the pre-alpha stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was like I remember there was some stuff like there were some vehicles actually in the early development stuff. Wouldn't mind seeing that actually end up amounting to something. Wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, but I mean, it's a thought at least. Like the what's it called? I was like a carriage or something that could be pulled by a bunch of pals. I thought that was kind of cool.
That sounds cool. It'd be cool to have like a war carriage.
Actually, that'd be a nice way to implement the mounted weapons now that I think about it.
Yeah. Like you just sit in the carriage. You can have like multiple players at once. You put the guns there.
Or
You choose what kind of
pals.
gun you want. Yeah, and you just have them like you just run around the world gunning everything down, having like a war band. That'd be also pretty cool. Like additional continent, like a big desert.
Frank! Ran out of stamina! Again. Well, at least it's a lowish slow area.
Like this passive skills work slave. Excellent.
Oh, work slave is great.
Yeah. Yeah, making
None of
these
that
guys.
better. Yeah, you wanna go for work slave so you can they work better. But they're not as good at attacking, but that's kinda like a typically the
fine.
best way to handle a pal is if something reduces one quality but improves another, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
In Pal World, normally what you want to do is you kind of want to go all in on some things.
I'm gonna have these guys start deforesting the area, and I'm gonna come over and help with organization of our base.
Sadly, jacks of all trades don't really do too well in this game.
Okay. So we want to have all of our storage organized. Okay, let me take a look at those eggs too, because I think we can.
Alright, let's see if there's anything... No. Finding all the lift monk effigies is a very time-consuming process.
Yeah, it
Survival
is.
game or like logistics game. I kind of would have liked if that was like a maybe like a system where like you could have convoys between bases.
Don't they have that? What for the purpose of what?
Like transporting items, that sort of thing.
Don't they have the bank for that?
They do. I just kind of like a more physical option, I suppose.
I suppose that is good. If you have stuff being moved, it can be attacked. You can go get it back.
Pretty much. Like, I kind of thought it was kind of cool how they did that with, like, in Fallout 4.
I really wasn't crazy about the base system in Fallout 4. I kind of wish they would let us do it a little bit anywhere we want to. But have fewer base options. Because it just felt like a chore after a while.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing.
It was a
That
really
happens with a lot of games, though. Where it kind of turns into a. It's more of like certain systems are kind of a bit of a walled garden sort of deal.
just felt like it was a half-assed implementation of the gameplay mechanics. Like it could have been had a more depth, but you know it's
But
Fallout, so
ever since then, everybody wants base building. It's like the mechanic.
sure, base building is customization. Like people love doing that with characters, so why not do that with your environment, right?
I will not say that Fallout 4 was a good game. Don't get me wrong.
I don't think it was great. No, it actually it was a huge step down from New Vegas. I find.
New Vegas was made by interlopers who have nothing to do with Fallout.
Oh my goodness. How could you? Okay, let me move this.
I'm just saying what Todd would have wanted me to say. That's all.
I'm gonna move the ranch
There's
just so we have a
Just gonna have-
little space dedicated for
There's just a
storing.
random corpse over here. I don't know what went down, but
Oh, I see you have the big iron now.
what?
The big iron. Burning. Oops, Daisy.
Yeah, the big ore mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more efficient now. Oh God, it's more efficient. Yeah, so the main bottleneck now is gonna be the getting coal for finding it.
I've got more than a bit of. No, never mind. I was thinking of charcoal for a second there. Yeah.
Sadly,
yeah.
charcoal is not coal.
Yeah. No, it was my mistake.
Yeah, well, it was a dumb mistake. Alright?
Oh.
Yeah.
Shira's bullying me.
What?
I think you're bullying me.
I bully everyone.
Yeah, that's true. That's not untrue. Yeah. Where do I
Can't
put
handle the
this?
heat, get out of the fire.
Oh no. Oh, this thing is on the edge. Too close to
Alright,
boss.
what kind of pal spheres? I do have up to legendary pal spheres. See, the best way to get really good pal spheres early in the game is to just go into high level areas and just look for stuff.
Yeah, that's what I found yesterday when playing a bit on my own.
Like going over like Sakurajima and just salvaging some stuff, you'll probably pick up at least a couple of ultra spheres. May even
Okay,
find
I'm
a
gonna put the wrench
legendary,
back
too.
because I just found that area is a little too difficult to work on.
Ah, fuck. Actually, once you get a bunch of ultra spheres, those are probably the best ones in my opinion for early game stuff. Now let's see if I can find a blaze hell. Mount Obsidian. The one area I'm pretty sure Todd would get rid of if he could. Some people say he doesn't hate them. I'm convinced otherwise.
Yeah. I think he is.
Because I believe that Todd has an ego.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fallout 4 adequately jingled keys in my face. That's the most positive I can be about it. Hi, come on. The best jingling keys simulator. Modding it was good. Then they updated it. And now nothing works. I hate Bethesda. It's not even letting me fly right. I gotta wait. Because it won't let me ascend or it won't let me ascend at all. There we go.
Ascend. To where?
I'm trying to go to the top of the volcano.
Oh. We talked about that. New chair is going to be good.
Expensive.
Is it? New chairs don't have to be expensive.
Too much for me, at least. I mean, look, $20 is kind of expensive to me right now. Maybe I should pull out the old folding chair. But then that'll just hurt my back in different ways.
Yeah, folding chairs can be pretty painful.
But they're reliable. You know, I forget that there's nowhere on Mount Obsidian that actually maxes out the heat gauge. So you never have to worry about it. It's equally comfortable at the bottom of it as it is at the top.
Let me see. Where do I put the storage? Okay, maybe I should just put everything in a box because I'm overweight. What are you sneaking about?
Back hurts.
Oh, your back. Oh, I thought it was like laughing. Like snickering. Whoopsie daisy.
No, that was me stretching.
I was like, what is she scheming? What's this mischievous laugh?
Oh wait, no, yeah, no, I can take this. I need an ice pal for this one. And I got the best ice pal around.
A little chill guy?
Now a big chill guy. The one that for some reason is racist against circles.
I like that.
love how one of the tower bosses is just straight up a SoundCloud rapper. Alright, this shouldn't be long at all. Not at all. Whether or not I have to do anything is purely debatable. I really don't have to do anything.
Is he?
And boss eliminated. Well, that wasn't too difficult.
At the volcano.
Yep. Thought I was playing Genshin at first. Genshin's not my thing, quality. How's it even? Ah. Oh, okay. That was weird. It wasn't let me control the game at all.
It doesn't let you control the game.
It fixed, but it just hung up for a second there. Oh well.
Huh.
Second tower boss is dead. For we have killed him. Day's been good. Nice lazy day after a week of work. That's good to hear. Contrary to me, I suppose I'm kind of excited to finally get back to work. Been out of the game for too long. Gotta get back to it all. But then again, it also would probably be a bit more comfortable not working if I didn't have to worry about finances. But not working's also a really good way to let yourself go as well. Yeah, trick shot. Well, I still hit it, so, you know, that's like half of it. The government doesn't pay anybody anything. They just take and take. And then, when you put your foot down and don't let them take, they take even more.
You take your foot. Okay.
I haven't made a pal sphere beyond, I think, the basic pal sphere in a really long time. I'm pretty sure most of the spheres I have right now have just been salvaged. Jira is cool. They commit seppuku. With a stick. Ish.
Ugh. It's relaxing.
Yeah, it is. Oh no. No! Back! Oh, I got a bug. I overstepped! I overstepped!
What? You messed up? What?
Yeah,
What
I
happened?
died. I died.
Oh. How'd you do that?
Fall damage.
I moved everything into a storeroom now.
Mm-hmm. Xanathar, welcome, Steven. Kinda cool how, like, you can use pals in place of certain, equipment.
Like the flamethrower?
Tarantras can be used instead of, grappling gun.
Oh. Yeah, that's way more convenient too.
Yeah, when it's maxed out, its grapple has no cooldown.
That's very convenient.
Yeah, you can just climb up the side of mountains with it. It's crazy.
May have to move the smelter because I kind of blocked it with our storeroom. These put boxes on top of each other. Oh, there is a way. Okay, there we go.
What, the storage containers, or?
Yeah, there's a way of overlapping objects just slightly.
One thing more PC games need is a freaking walk toggle key. You know, for flavor.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be
Let's start
anything
bringing-
crazy or anything. Just like, you know, just a single key where when you press it, it makes it so that your character starts walking. You know?
You mean like automatically, or just you toggle between run and walk when you press forward on the input?
Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, well, yeah, like it'll toggle. Yeah, like it'll toggle based on, you know, whether or not you select it to.
There are games that have that.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of open world games don't. Like No Man's Sky definitely should have had that. Because they freaking added because at one point they added these staff they added freaking staffs to the game that you could use for your multi-tool. And they have a unique animation for when you're walking. But you can't use it on the computer without using a controller. Yes to RP walk. Because you know what? That needs to be a thing. Morgan, we need to normalize that as a concept. Hate it when legs don't align with the ground. That is fair. I don't blame you for that one. Some might call it a minor thing. But I agree, it does matter. Little things. Little things. Oof. Hope I'll manage to fall asleep tonight.
You had trouble yesterday falling asleep?
Well. Maybe. You know how it is. It's been kind of just a struggle for me lately. Falling asleep. I always forget to like pick up melatonin or something before whenever I go to the store.
Easy. Yeah, we put this right here. Ready. 5,000 pounds overweight. Walking slowly to the storeroom.
Stuff an item to the mid XP game and make it easier to not kill outposts so you can catch them. Oh,
The what?
That's just the Ring of Mercy. You know, makes it so that you can't reduce the pal's HP to 0.
Oh, there is a thing that makes it easier. The Mercy Ring, right?
Yeah.
At least not to kill the pals. Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't kill anything. I guess the thing, Toko's freaking weird.
With the exploding toucan, why?
I'm just curious about what their biology is. They drop freaking gunpowder.
Pigeons have iron in their beaks, so maybe they have something funny in their beaks.
Then again, I guess it shouldn't be too weirded out when a creature explodes as part of a self-defense mechanism. After all, the bombardier beetle exists.
Wouldn't call that self-defense. Oh no, I'm under attack. Better kill myself.
Again, bombardier beetle. It's like a kind of, sort of, but not really. They explode.
Okay.
Yeah, think of them as like they shoot out a substance. I don't really remember what specifically it was.
Does it catch fire?
Maybe actually, it might actually be flammable. All I know
Because
is
I do remember,
if the hole that it comes out of gets like blocked or anything,
yeah.
it'll just explode.
Because there was this manga called Terraform Mars, and they kind of had something like that with one of the characters.
Interesting. Yeah, but Flint beat explosive saliva.
But this one,
Honestly, that sounds like something that you'd hear out of like like an anime or something. Like they're trying really hard to make it sound like it makes sense, but it just doesn't.
the reasoning behind it was that they're trying to terraform Mars, and what they did was to make an environment, an atmosphere. They put moss and they put cockroaches there. So the cockroaches eat the moss, and then they die, and the moss eats the cockroaches. They're dead, right? And then
Yeah,
over
no,
time,
I
you're going to have
forgot.
this. Over time, you're going to have oxygen. But the cockroaches evolved, and many memes were made about that. And so when they go there with a team, the first team gets annihilated, the second team gets annihilated, the third team goes there, and what they do is to breathe, they create these organs, and they give them like an animal form, but like traits. They take a drug and then they'll grow those traits. So one of them has like the beetle, one of them has like a hornet, one of them has a grasshopper,
It's just
locust,
like Power Rangers.
kind of, yeah. And but their body actually like changes. So the guy has like his hands become like the hornet's thorax, and he can like punch stingers into people. It's a little goofy, but you know,
All sci-fi is at the end of the day.
temporary animorphs. Yeah, yeah. And if you take too many of the drugs to transform, you transform further, and you become like this horrifying creature.
Got a little body horror in there as well. Things you gotta do. Because as we know, the best genre will always be body horror. Is it even a genre? I have no clue.
Yeah, I think it's a genre. I mean, it's horror.
Well, yeah, but it's like a subset. I don't know. But like, it's common enough on its own that like, you can reasonably, assume.
I just thought it's a good thing I didn't die, because if I did, I had so much of our stuff on me. Lost everything.
You can just go back and collect it, right?
Yeah, I know.
Body horror is too powerful for you. Yeah, body horror can be a little bit. It can be a little bit intense at times, as far as like horror goes. I remember
Let me get
for a
that
bit
list.
there, I was seeing like freaking videos on the substance, and that one just got, ugh, you know. Oh yeah, but if it's comical, it's not real body horror. Now what is it? Or at least it's debatably body horror.
Oh, medicine cabinet. Now they can just help themselves.
Wasting all the good drugs in these darn pals.
Yeah. So you can take a look at the base and let me know what you think. I do need you to like move that. I can't build it yet, so. Okay.
You can take it apart and we'll deal with that later. I need
Okay.
to be in a place where it's accessible for the pals, though.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I wanted to put this storeroom somewhere to make it somewhat big, and this was the spot I picked. I'm gonna move slowly over.
Where'd you put the smelter? Or did you disassemble it already?
Yeah, I just stumbled a lot. Smoker, don't remember seeing that. Let me put this right here. There we go. I'm kind of organizing them just a little bit.
They really do need to add an option, though, for us to move stuff around in the base.
Yeah, it would be kind of useful to have the boxes all connected to one another. And you just open up like the full box and you can just organize things and get them names. Like this box is that box. I would appreciate that.
There is a thing where you can, check all the boxes simultaneously.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's the, where is it? It's late game, of course. Level
Oh.
49, item retrieval machine.
Well, if it's late game, that's fine. Just that it exists is, you know, the thing.
Pretty much.
You keep that box near the where the stone is, so you can just put the stone in there.
Yeah, but horror is a little bit weird for me. Like, as far as genres go. Like, I always like a lot of, like, the lore that comes with them. Like, a lot of horror stuff, but it's also just, like, tends to mess me up, you know? I spook easily, you know?
I understand. I don't like horror either. It doesn't. I kind of get spooked as well very easily, and don't enjoy it.
Lindier! Welcome, was it even? One other thing I'd really like them to do is add smaller pals.
You mean like the mimic? Just cute and small?
No, I mean like a drug that you can introduce to a pal egg, and that makes it that so the pal will be born very small.
Okay.
Or like or even just have it be like a reverse of alpha pals. The reason why I say that is because for base pals, it'd be very useful to be able to have smaller pals.
Yeah, that's true.
Because some pals are really big and take up a lot of space.
Yeah.
And there's also just pals that are like really just weird.
Weird?
Hmm?
Weird how?
They're just
So
weird.
their pals are just...
They're just weird,
Okay.
like when it comes like their size. It's hard to make them effective as base pals when like they take up so much space, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Like I like alpha pals. I think most people will agree that alpha pals are cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that most people also agree it can be a little bit frustrating to, you know, make it work.
Ooh.
Huh. So they will go all the way down.
Okay, let me take another look around the base and pick up some stuff. See if there's anything that needs to be... Oh, the eggs are picked up.
I think out of all of the egg exclusive moves that I've discovered, I think Meteor Rain is probably the strongest.
Mm-hmm. It looks strong.
Okay, wait, no, actually, double Blizzard Spike is also really good.
What does that do? What does that look like?
It's like Blizzard Spike, but they shoot out too.
Okay.
Day's been fine. Tried to post Stray Kitten and it hissed at you. There are much worse things that a Stray Kitten could have done to you, India. I'm just saying. Okay, they are not nice.
Why'd you make the kitten angry? Okay, so that's everything organized now in that storeroom. So there's a lot more space.
Oof. You know, I'm happy that my family still remembers to keep the trackers on their phones.
Good trackers?
Yeah,
Tracking what exactly?
them.
Oh, okay.
It's nice because it means that I can tell roughly when they're gonna be over here. Currently, they're visiting Grandma, so it's gonna probably be a few weeks. Ah, that's just life, though. Waiting.
Okay. Okay, now definitely everything is organized in the base.
Okay, zero chill.
Okay.
You have zero chill.
Who has zero chill?
Freaking war sect over here.
Oh, yeah, I like those guys. They're big.
I'm pretty sure that war sect can only be found actually as a boss currently. Well,
Oh,
or
he can only
bred.
be found in those islands. There's another place I think you could see him.
Well, I know that variants will show up in Fate, but I don't know if basic war sect shows up there. Oh, no, okay. No, he does. No, he also shows up in the... You know something? They haven't
The-
added any more PAL preservation reserves.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they had some more of those. Didn't they have an entire island they made? Like a Japanese-style island?
Well, yeah,
I was hearing about it.
But yeah, that was an old one. They also added a
Oh, okay.
pretty much. They also added an extra island after that Faybreak.
Okay. Okay, so for the base, there's the big storeroom for like some stuff. There's this one little box near our PAL box where you can just store whatever the fuck you need to put here quickly, and that's about it. Then there's your big container there, which I'm not touching. And yeah, I deleted a few of the stations to kind of like move them into the storage room, so you have everything in one spot. You have the repair, you have the medicine cabinet, you have the medicine bench, you have the what's it called? Let me see here. The high quality workbench, the weapons workbench
Have the
is outside, I think. Oh no, it's here on the side. No, it's not. I lied. Yeah, I forgot. Let me just put that one.
You're telling lies
here.
now? I thought I could trust you.
No, don't trust me. I'm full of lies.
I thought you were trustworthy, Umbra.
No. Gotta keep people on their toes. Okay, now we have the weapons workbench outside, so they don't have to come inside to build ammunition. The furnace, you're gonna build a new furnace. And yeah, that's it. That's it. The sphere workbench we have inside the storage room. Sphere assembly line. Should we build a sphere assembly line or?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's big. That's big.
Yeah, they're kind of hard to fit in places. My advice,
Yeah.
Build upward.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Kind of built a little bit too close to the church. Now I feel like I have to move everything. No, there might be a way to put this in here and not have to wall here.
I can't tell if it's my internet or if it's just, I don't know.
Or what?
Also, I
Oopsie
just
daisy.
saw an NPC with a very unfortunate sunburn.
Sunburn?
Huh. Yeah, it's a very unfortunate sunburn. Guy got that lobster. Guy's lobster maxing. I like how you just add maxing to anything and suddenly it turns into a freaking men's beauty trend.
Where did that come from, anyways? This whole maxing thing.
I don't know. I think it started out as looks maxing, which is where just men started trying to look like, you know, like they focused a lot on their looks so they could pick up women. And then it sort of moved on to like a few different maxing genres, you know?
Okay.
You know, like bone smashing. That was a pretty popular one for a bit there.
Bone smashing.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Okay.
What you see?
Put that there.
What you see? Not
I
all
don't
men
know.
are born with a good jawline, you know?
Okay.
Well, all men can have a good jawline, and all you have to do is just beat yourself in the face with a hammer until you look pretty.
Is that?
Going with
You
the
must be
old,
kidding.
Gone with the handsome Squidward meme, of course. I wish I was kidding. Honestly, there's some weird trends out there.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was a trend for a bit there.
That doesn't seem like a trend to me. That just seems like a mental issue somebody has.
Little of both. Little of both. You know what? Personally, I think it's very offensive that you're just going to go insulting these people's attempts to just be their best selves.
I don't think smashing their face in with a hammer is their best self. I think it's their lowest self.
It entertains me.
I'm a little concerned if this is where the culture's going.
The culture was lost a long time ago. Let's just warm ourselves by the fire.
Oh, nothing. No connecting to structure. That's weird. Aha. Okay. Well, that certainly blows things up. Didn't want to blow things up there.
Don't tell me that's not gonna work. Wait, okay. I might be able to make this work. I'll just put you over... There we go.
I don't think that people should be so concerned about their... Well...
Ah! I remember the bagel heads! I don't... Honestly, I didn't get that one. That one was just weird.
Bagel heads? Oh, that one. I remember that one.
I mean, I don't think it was as unhealthy, but like... Not near it. I mean, when we're talking about, like, you know, beating yourself in the face with a hammer until you know, look like handsome Squidward is, like, one thing, but, like... I don't remember what they were injecting into their heads, but, I mean...
It was a poison.
Typically they know what they're doing. Well, that's, like, half of, that's, like, what half of this stuff is. Like, it's literally in the name for Botox. Tox. It's a toxin that paralyzes the face muscles.
Yeah. Okay.
It was made in a poison factory. It's poison. Also, stuff like this is kind of why I would like if we did have a, what's it called? Real body horror. I mean, for what it's worth, you can do a lot worse. But then again, I suppose that fantasy can allow for much more horrifying things to exist. Ah, frick. I had a feeling Mr. Palbox would end up causing problems.
What happened?
I don't know if you're watching what I'm building right now.
Let me see. Oh, okay. I wish there was an arrow that pointed
I can
to
hear the
where.
disapproval in your voice. They know nothing of my genius.
There we go. Let's get this thing built.
You wish there was an arrow that what?
I wish it was an arrow that said like this is the front. Because I don't know if that's the front of the PAL box or the.
I don't think it matters what direction it is.
That's good then.
It is kind of funny though to think about how there was pretty much an entire generation of men who saw that one episode of SpongeBob where Squidward became beautiful after getting his face bashed in with a door. And then they were just like, that's how I'm gonna do it.
Oh boy.
That's how I'm gonna become beautiful.
Yep. That's not how it works.
Of course.
Just causes lots of issues later in life.
That's a problem. That's a problem for the future version of them. Okay. And the future version of them is probably gonna be ugly anyways. So, their feelings don't matter.
Their feelings don't matter because they're ugly. Gotcha.
Yes.
There's Daisy. Get if it's there.
It's about what's on the inside. Unless you're ugly on the outside, then nothing matters.
Okay. So now you have an elongated storeroom.
Now the real question here is whether or not pals are actually going to be willing to come up here. Because they can be a little bit weird when it comes to the, what's it called? Did you build the assembly line?
Yeah. Yeah. I did.
Was it in there? Or?
Yeah. That's in there.
Bit of a thing to keep in mind. Pals don't typically like going through doors. They path weirdly with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think Lillian, I've seen her go inside, so she should. I think.
Yeah, some pals are fine. It's just like others tend to be really weird about it.
I mean, we'll see how they do. There's also it's close enough to the wall, so what I can do is I can put
we
these
need
here.
another assembly line built.
There we go. So if they go up to the wall, they'll be able to do it through the wall now with these stairs.
They really should give us more bases to work with.
I think you can either have more bases or just bigger bases. That'd be a good choice. So I'll be right back.
Okay. He's gonna go scream about how terrible a job I'm doing, guys.
I heard that. I have wireless headphone. I can hear you.
The audio quality of wireless headphones are terrible. You're only stealing from yourself. Anyways. Okay, so think like a 2 stairway long or wide stairs should be big enough that most pals will go into it. It's so difficult to get pals to go anywhere. Hate it! Alright. So how's everyone's day been? Good, I hope. Still kind of dealing with those psychological issues, you know. But I'm hanging in there. Trying to hang in there. I haven't fully lost touch with reality yet. Just mostly. Just mostly. I'm waiting for the day that I finally do snap.
No, don't
It'll
snap.
happen. It'll happen. And then we'll make them all pay. Stitch. I gotta remember to do it more. Thank you for that treat. Now, where's that hot spring? Okay, so do I want to go for the double barrel shotgun or... Honestly though, the double barrel shotgun isn't much more, like... It doesn't do much more damage compared to the regular... the makeshift shotgun. And the ammunition for the makeshift shotgun is so much cheaper though. I'm just waiting for the moment to happen, you know. Oh, there it is. I'm waiting for it to kick me, you know.
And what
Also,
happens?
thank you, quality. The game to finally kick me or something.
Kick you for what? For low, for a connection or?
Yeah, connection. It's always connection issues. Aw, come on! I swear, these connection issues keep messing me up. I feel about the sphere launchers.
They don't do very much, if I recall. Like, they're just gonna shoot it further.
Yeah, and they kind of ended up getting replaced with the sphere modules. Because, like, the homing sphere launcher exists. But they also take up a weapon slot, so it's kind of hard to be like, oh yeah, this is totally what I want to go for. No. Wait, what level do you get the chill at Ignis saddle? I think it was like 44 or something. I can't remember. Oof. Also, I keep forgetting to turn in my Lift Monk effigies. I've collected so many of the darn things. I think I've earned a little bit more capture power. Okay, a lot of bit more capture power, apparently, is what I deserved. My position still stands. Anyways. So, how about that ball game that I presume happened this week?
Baseball.
I don't know. I don't know anything about the freaking cricket. I don't know.
Cricket.
I don't know about any of the Rangers lost today. Never heard of them. Right, sports are the opiate of the masses. It's so over. Isn't that like how it is every year? I feel like every year it feels like it's so over when it comes to people talking about sports stuff. But then the next year, they're still talking about it. Go be an 1880s Chinese dude enjoying my opium. Hey, for what it's worth, quality? Everyone loved opium back then. Opium was the opiate of the masses.
This is true.
Alright, opium was an equal opportunity addiction. But it's not an addiction because I can quit whenever I want.
I like that. Equal opportunity addiction.
Actually, I don't know how expensive. Like, was opium? Like, was it cheap or? I had no clue. All I know is it was pretty easy to get a hold of. Ah, the Silk Road. Now the only thing that ever comes out of the Silk Road is just fentanyl. You know, it's interesting. The first time I ever heard about fentanyl was when one of my coworkers at my first job talked about how he got injured really bad or something, and the doctor, the EMTs gave him fent. That's actually why I learned about how dangerous the drug was. You know, because they have to microdose.
Well, looks like the AI says it's like $10 for a gram.
Of opium?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's current day times.
Oh, that's why I asked it. Like, in for one dose, what would be the cost today?
$10 a gram.
Yeah.
Is a gram even that big of a dose? Wait,
I don't know.
I guess. Aren't these things
I don't
normally
know.
measured in milligrams, I suppose? Whatever. What even is opium? Is it something that you smoke or do you just
Yeah. I think they
do you
smoke it.
just eat it or? Nah, I was totally
I'm
smoked. This is back in the days when they would throw anything into a pipe and smoke it.
that's good reasoning.
Oh wait, nowadays is also the times when people throw anything into a pipe and smoke it. I'm gonna take that part out then. Then again, I guess opium did pretty well for itself, considering the fact that people still talk about opiates.
It's still being produced for medicine or otherwise.
Typically
And
otherwise.
it did well enough that the Chinese government told back then said to the British, like, hey, can you stop? And they said, well, no.
Ah, classic China. Even before the communists came in.
Well, no, the British were selling it to them.
Oh, the British were selling it?
Yeah.
Huh. I kinda thought
They
it always
asked.
came out of China.
No, it was the other way around. The Chinese were asking them to not, keep selling to their people because it was ruining them, and the British were like, well, no, because money. Which, to be fair, it's good reason.
I guess since you gotta buy it, right?
Yeah. You can have all the supply in the world, but if nobody wants to buy it, you can't sell it.
In the end, if so long as people are willing to buy something, there's a market. And if the government doesn't want you selling it, we call it a black market.
Yep.
Something libertarian. Legalize everything! Because I can see very few ways it can go wrong. You know, for me. Not for the people buying, though. There's a lot of ways it can go wrong for them.
Okay, let me move everything now. £30,000. He'd break his legs.
Wait, what?
Oh, my character weighs 30,000 pounds. Just moving stuff from one box to the other.
You know, I find it kind of funny how they always just assume it's like a unit of measurement. Like the weight in games.
I mean, it is a measurement. It's just
Yeah, but like
goofy
a
how we can.
specific unit. Yeah, like we look at it like, you know, uh, I'm not good at explaining things.
I was a little confused. I don't know where she's going with this.
Like, we'll typically call it pounds or something, even if it's not actually supposed to be, even if that's not exactly what even if that's not what it says.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now it's all been moved around.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot.
Where are you on?
Yeah, I gotta go to the volcano. I ended up getting too close to to something, to the lava, caught fire.
Those eyes.
And in my opinion, fire damage is pretty brutal in this game.
It's a little annoying. I wish that it was like some other games where you can just roll and it goes out.
Well, it's supposed to be like an actual ailment, so it's like, you know. And again, making it so that it's something that just does a lot of damage over a short period, and then, like, you know. Okay, wait, maybe I can circle the island. Okay, so long as I keep off the island, I don't start taking damage. This could work. Not well, but it could work. Ah, cool. I did near Jet Dragon too. Jet Dragon's a fun boss to fight. Mostly being sarcastic with that one, but you know. I mean, that's me being mean right there. He's not bad. Just be a bit difficult though. Especially if you try to fight him while underleveled. And now there's that part of me that's a little tempted to give it a shot now.
I don't recall what he looks like.
Huh?
I don't recall what he looks like, the Jet Dragon. I had like 180 PAL spheres. I don't know where they went.
I might have stolen them.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Or I can just gaslight you and say you probably used them.
No, I didn't use that.
All of them.
That's a failed gaslight. Oopsie daisy.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, that was close. God. Whew. Barely avoided dying there.
But I'll just buy some more.
More what?
PAL spheres. Capture.
So you gonna buy them?
I just need to buy them. I don't have to wait for them to be made.
Sherilyn, dear, what morally questionable thing you want to ask me about today?
Morally questionable. That sounds fun.
You know, which group are you being asked to assist with illegal activity today? I met an AI child experiment thing whose mere presence makes me hallucinate really weird stuff. Like weird limbless dolls throwing their bodies at me. But aside from that, it isn't hostile towards me. I also met a weird sniper guy who hallucinates seeing his dead wife everywhere. He plans to ask a question and shoot it if he doesn't like its answer. Do I help the man kill the AI or let the AI help me leave and continue my journey?
That sounds very convoluted. That confuses me.
So is it like that guy from that one Mass Effect 2 DLC? You know, they like got like plugged into like an AI or something. Anyways. Oh, that DLC's terrifying. It's crazy. Love it. Let's
Okay,
see.
I'm not touching
Kill
the storage
AI
room.
or... I mean, what do you stand to gain from helping the guy kill the AI? Overk. Overk. Barely managed it this time. A sloppy wet kiss. Well, that's definitely not much to go off of.
Alrighty. They deforested this area nicely.
I mean, I guess if all you have to do is just help the guy get an answer to a question. May as well see where it goes. Or did he already ask the question and didn't like the answer? I guess in that case, the AI isn't people. Oof. Jeez. Hang that open. Turn a light on. I don't like this sleeping during the day thing. Like, I can't fall asleep until the sun's up now. Definitely not good. Hmm. Yeah, and I know it's not healthy. Honestly, I just can't help it. It's been hard. But I really don't know what my issue is, honestly. Well, I know what my issue is. I'm not going to sleep at a good hour.
Sleep's a very habitual activity, so
Yeah. Come on. Alright, well good. Now what are his stats like here? I think it was pretty far up. No. There it is. Level 3 kindling, level 3 mining. Good.
it's dizzy. Change this little thing here.
Just getting your toxin is still with Theox. Help brighten up your day. I'm sorry to hear about that at Insanely Hostile. I definitely doubt that you find somebody again. Apparently, it can take up to 5 years for a person to go back to normal after a breakup.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Seems like a
apparently
long
the
time.
connections that get severed are pretty, it's pretty hard to replace them.
I did see something recently where they mentioned that for guys, it takes longer. For ladies, to kind of get over.
That doesn't really surprise me too much, honestly. Because most women are sociopaths.
Is that so?
Have you heard the way that women talk about each other?
Sure.
It can be pretty bad sometimes.
It can be.
Pick one. Oh, fuck.
All these guys back. Okay.
I don't think it can be both, though. I'm mostly just joking around with that one, but...
Both what?
No, I think I am honestly pretty... I like to think I'm normal in that regard. You know, emotionally speaking. again, people probably scare me more than anything else.
What is that?
I don't know. I just thought it's kind of been socially awkward. Something, society or whatever.
Oh, I made a
This
mistake
world
here.
never cared. No, I'm just... I don't know. I feel like I went and made that very awkward all of a sudden.
No.
Ugh. You know, it's funny. I just woke up, but I still feel kind of tired.
If you have a odd habit of sleeping, you know, it's not regular. It's not abnormal to have to feel that way.
True. Need to fix things up though. I have work is probably gonna be picking up next week, so.
Yeah, you mentioned that. There we go.
Sinister, welcome, Steven. That probably sounds a bit accurate there. I'm a little bit nervous interacting with people. Especially people I don't know already. Like, once I make friends with people, you know, I don't really have many issues afterwards. Ah, good to hear, Sinister. Yeah, everything's gonna change once I have work. Speaking of, I hope they send me that email so I can get everything set up. Gonna need to remember to email my boss tomorrow. Because apparently all of my emails have been getting forwarded. So yeah. That's just life though. That's just life though. Whoa, we got a guy over here who's wanted for insurance fraud? That's kind of based, actually. Well, he's dead. Actually, on the topic of me randomly quoting Colonel Volgan with a quote nobody really knows. I am very excited for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I hope they don't find a way to ruin it. Honestly. Because they even managed to kind of ruin the remake of Destroy All Humans 2 when that came around. Because I know there were things in that weren't that weren't what I remember. you know? The layout of the city, stuff like that. Well, that definitely. If that gets removed, like, seriously, if we don't have the option to... If we don't have the option to look, you know, to stop paying attention while Eva is talking to stare at her chest, are we really playing a Metal Gear game? Thank you for the sub quality. "14 months! Man! You're definitely up there on the list. Wait, have you been subbed to me longer than you've been subbed for... Longer than you've been a follower? One year, 2 months, 2 hours, 38 minutes. Only 38 minutes? I tell you, quality. Gotta bump that up. No, it was at the same time. Ah, okay. Okay. I didn't know that you've been the closest thing I've ever had to a whale, so... Well, that's not entirely wrong. Dova was kind of willing to whale for a bit there. But then I feel like things just kind of ended up, you know, getting a bit distant there.
That's a funny comparison. Also, hello, Blue. How's it going?
What do you mean by a funny comparison?
Oh, just whales. I find the whole thing amusing.
Everybody needs at least one oil baron.
I think a Baron sounds like a better comparison.
Thank you for the gift subs. Quality. You were in Kuwait when you did both, so the time zone stuff was wacky. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, speaking of, I should probably set up that throne goal. Hype trains are weird. Hype trains are weird. I'm sorry. They're very weird to me. Like you kind of just get this thing going, and it's just... I don't know. Like...
You got a hype trim? That's very good.
Yeah. Like I said, though, they're kind of weird to me.
What?
Thank you for the sub to the hostel. Well, we reached level 3 of a hype train. I don't know what the highest level I've ever reached on one is. I don't know if it's a stat that's actually, like,
Isn't it
checked
like a...
on Twitch.
I presume it is like a stat somewhere.
You'd think, but I don't know for sure if it is, though.
Oh, is this becoming a pain to move all this stuff?
Wow.
It's fine. I'm just moving stuff in the other base. And I picked up a bunch of...
I've never looked at all the hype tree emotes I have. I should have quite a few by now, because I also get the emotes. Ah, fuck. At least to the Megasphere. Oh. Uh.
What do you think about the current situation between corporate versus indie VTubers?
That's actually a
Because
pretty
people have
good
been saying
situation there.
people have been saying a lot that indie is the way to go. The corpo, given the recent graduations, corporations no longer as beneficial as they used to be. However, then we have the business of today, or yesterday.
I think that is indie cope.
Okay.
Here's why.
Why are they coping?
I think it's cope by smaller indie VTubers trying to give themselves that W that they don't normally get. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, one thing I've kind of noticed is like how like especially with a lot of corporate VTubers, not many people tend to like get massive by going indie. And I don't take issue with indie or corporate, mind you. I'm an indie myself. But I also consider myself to be, I try to be realistic. Because some people have a tendency to really... anyways.
Realistic how?
Realistic in that I don't make any assumptions about, like, you know, where I'm gonna end up, where I'm going. That sort of thing.
Okay.
Look, I've spent most of my career actively sabotaging myself. So... What I've kind of noticed, though, is that... Well, yes, I do think that corporate VTubers definitely are going to be on a downturn going forward. I don't think it's necessarily because indie is better by default.
Okay.
Because I'll still maintain my position that I think some VTubers really need a wrangler.
You mean like a manager?
A manager, wrangler, same difference. They need somebody to whack them on the back of the head whenever they start doing something stupid. Because there is no... You will see no greater vacuum of intelligence than in the average VTuber. People who will freaking nosedive their careers for no reason half the time.
For no reason. Do you think it's a perception? I think it's more like they think that there's a reason behind it. There's something good behind.
Behind what?
People make choices. Do you think that they make choices presuming that it's going to be a good choice, or?
I think it's more of that people who don't like fully understand what they're doing half the time. Like they're just kind of doing what they feel like doing in the moment and don't realize that it may have consequences in their career. Especially on like Twitter and stuff. God. And yeah, I agree that really only massive indies need managers. Yeah. Fuck. Kinda lost my train of thought there. Fuck. Yeah, but typically the way that I see it is that a lot of the times it does feel a bit like smaller indies are trying to act like they have some like a one up in some capacity on the typically the more I guess anchored position that corporate VTubers have. Oh, I definitely am excited to see Sinzao return as well. I don't... Like, I think a lot of people have a tendency to really want to go all in on something rather than kind of actually be a bit nuanced. Because there is typically nuance to these things. Kind of ignoring the benefits that tend to come with having a corporate corpo. God, I'm not good at explaining.
Take your time. There's no rush.
Hey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh God, yeah, good. Graduation's only in less than a week now. Anyways. One thing that I have found a little bit frustrating is when you do have people who are like who kind of took that corporate backing, you know what I mean? Especially if they like act like it was I did it all by myself sort of thing.
When you make corporate backing, you mean like they got money from a corporation, or like once they're in the corpo,
They were a corpo VTuber for a bit, got a fan base, and then just kind of quit afterwards.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a scumminess to it, in my opinion. It's kind of my thing there. People like Cali workaholics, so they're used to this, pushing VTubers, treating them more similar to idols. While VTubers are left to realize it's not what a VTuber is, it's what corporate is treating them like. VTubers are the new idols. Oh, okay. I always say I don't mind idol culture stuff. I just think it's something where a person needs to understand what they're getting themselves into when they start. Because that's the real issue. Like, people not understanding fully, like, you know, what it is they're doing here. They wanna... Ugh. God. And again... I hear my own voice whenever I stream, you know? Like I'm constantly monitoring. I sound freaking retarded.
Why are you saying that?
The ums and the ahs. It's awful. It's awful.
That's fine.
For what it's worth, most idols kind of have to be young. But a lot of them I feel are kind of groomed from a young age for it, you know? You know, like the... like, that's the intention. Even from when they're really little.
Some start off pretty young and don't fully grasp how much work is involved. I think it's a lot of people in a lot of industries.
Yeah.
Like, I was telling the guys in one of the Discords earlier today, people don't understand how important contracts are. I think I mentioned it earlier during the stream, that the fact that an artist can come out at all and speak their mind is already demonstrating that the contract wasn't very solid to begin with.
I'm gonna drop my own statement. I hate dealing with contracts. I've had, like, you know, you guys know the merch shop that I did there. I did have to sign a contract for that one. Like with one of the artists, like with an artist on that one. And I gotta say, not a fan of contracts. They give me so much anxiety.
But they're important. They're there to protect you, and they're also there to protect the artist, and to let both parties know the full breadth, the constraints
I know
of your
what
business.
they're there for. It's more of it just makes me feel so stressed.
Why?
Like we talked with a lawyer and everything. It was just ugh. And a lot of it was the person just trying to show me the ropes on this stuff.
Yeah.
So it wasn't anything like that, It's just like more of a learning experience thing, and it just ugh. It makes me very anxious. Like I'm gonna do something wrong. Anyways, so going back on to the main topic between what's better, indie or corporate VTubing. Both have their benefits and both have their downsides. Indie VTubing is where you're completely alone, and what you really have to work with is what you have. Corporate VTubing, at least you can kind of rely on a little bit more support from something other than just yourself and your fans. And I think that's a quality that some people may not fully understand the actual value of that. I think that's the main takeaway that I was trying to give there. Especially like when it comes like down to the difference between small versus large indies. Because for small indies, your capacity to get large is really small. While getting into a corpo is also pretty luck-based. Actually making it as an indie is arguably worse when you really think about it. Oh, also I'm just gonna note, there's a lot of corporate VTubers who go indie and then become jerks.
That's true.
So, some people kind of need somebody over them to help keep them grounded. There's another quality to keep in mind as well. I think maybe a
They get a
little
little
bit.
bit delusional.
Jeez, I stress a lot with my audience. If I suddenly go and become a jerk or something, I want people to call me out on it. I don't want to be a jerk that doesn't interact at all. Or even that just tends to just not be nice to people. And I'm sure most people think I don't have the personality type for that anyways, but it's still just, Oh yeah, no, corpos, I don't think corpos will ever be obsolete. I do, however, think that indie VTubers are gonna find themselves in some interesting positions in the future, though.
Yeah.
Especially people who want to go corporate, which, personally, I don't blame anybody for wanting to go corporate. It's an opportunity. It's a time to be able to experience the industry for what it is. It's something that I don't think that you'll be getting if you're trying to be not corporate. as an indie. Not to mention the learning experience. Qualities you may not quite think about in the moment, but are probably something that you would actually benefit heavily from. mentioned. Contracts. That's something that you don't typically get much experience with as an indie.
Contracts aren't that hard.
I know they're not that hard. But you'd have to remember, like, you know, the legal side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Just writing some stuff up doesn't necessarily make it legally binding after all.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure that you see what laws are there beforehand. And because everything, it doesn't exist in a vacuum.
I typically would advise you try to speak with a lawyer on things, but you know, kind of just me though.
Might depend on the country you're in as well.
Oh God, never join a corpo without reading the contract or having a lawyer present before signing. Like, if you're gonna join a corp and, like, not consent and not read the contract, you deserve to get roped into a black company. And granted, you'd be surprised how easy it is to just kind of be like, this isn't legally binding. Like, just based on what the contract says and all that, it's surprisingly common for there to just be something like, this is unenforceable.
Well, that's if the person is being a little bit dumb. If you want, I have my contract up. If you want me, I can point out the clauses.
No, it's fine.
Because if you keep it relatively simple, if you're just saying like you're transferring everything
about
to
that
me,
one situation with,
you know, you're getting this compensation.
I can't for the life of me remember who it was or who the original talent was. I know the current name they're going by is Alien Mixture. But they were in a corpo for a bit there. And there was just some stuff in there, like in the contract, that was straight up unenforceable.
Yeah, but that's
so they just afterwards, like, you know, they just, and it was a bad company. They were like making some pretty hefty demands afterwards.
Yeah, I remember. You see, that's a failure of her to read the contract. It's a failure of the company to write a decent contract. You know, that's an excellent example of just really bad business, but all parties are somehow responsible in their own way. Like, she should have read the contract. She should have had it checked by somebody. The company should have had a decently written contract that they know can be enforced even when someone is in another country.
Maybe it was Blonde Live? I can't remember, honestly. All I know is Alien Mixture is actually, I actually have the same artist as her, which is kind of a bit of a funny thing there.
That's cool.
When I heard the name mentioned on some of the things, I was like, oh, seriously? I was kind of surprised when I saw she actually went active again, because I knew that she went off to join a corpo a bit ago.
But if you're doing a simple contract between an artist and a client, this is far easier, because all you're basically putting in the contract is, I want a product, I want to buy such and such a date. And then you have to have all this stuff transferred over to you for the IP and whatnot. It's very simple.
It's like I said, not my thing.
I'm just saying, to the thing about the artist, the whole thing that's happening between Bao and Cinder right now, and the artist, just the fact that the artist is able to go and talk about this stuff is usually, to me, a sign that they didn't have an NDA in any contract.
You'd be surprised the lack of professionalism that exists. Oh, that's another thing about indie VTubing
I am
also
surprised.
keep in mind. Everybody is ridiculously unprofessional.
I am surprised by the unprofessionalism.
I mean, Bao's
Because
not a small talent by any stretch.
yeah, but that's the thing, they're not small. These people have, I presume, some money. They can hire people to advise them on the right course of action with their companies, with their IPs, but they don't. And they don't seem to take even the. There's no caution taken here. There's no caution taken usually in the industry itself. How many times do leaks happen and we hear about somebody being, a terrible person or there's something terrible happening in the company? There's nothing preventing it. There's no enforceability. No, sometimes it's a good thing.
That's kind of the nature of black companies in Japan, though, because a lot of these companies are going to be like, typically they're foreign country companies, in a lot of cases outside of country of origin sort of stuff.
Well, sometimes it's a good thing, right? Because we want to know what's happening in a company because it's, almost criminal. But, it's so I guess it's a good thing some of them are unprofessional, but it still points to a certain degree that they are unprofessional.
Wait, dude in Russia did that with banks. Wait, what? Been seeing the Slayer on YouTube Shorts just said that he takes terms and services of rental car agreements and just crosses out the initials clauses he doesn't agree with. A dude in Russia did that with banks, crossed stuff out, filled in with what he wanted. They agreed, then sued him when they realized they lost because the judge pointed out that banks do that to everyone. Dang.
That's weird. I can't pick up anything right now in the game.
Huh?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the ground. I can't pick it up for some reason.
Maybe a network issue.
Maybe. Oh, see Daisy? Oh, wait, no. It's me being stupid. I had something up for building and I didn't notice it.
Yeah, but that's another important thing to keep in mind when, especially with, small corpos. The odds of them being a black company are a little bit higher than you may feel comfortable with.
Yeah. I don't know how do I put this. It still is bewildering to me that they can even be so unprofessional because it's like committing a crime. Eventually it catches up with you. You can't just do whatever you want and get away with it. So the fact that they are unprofessional and in some cases acting illegal, it's just weird.
Black companies in Japan are a very interesting subject matter. I've seen some pretty interesting stuff on that, like how it can be to work for black companies and how they have it's kind of interesting. It's how Japan is kind of a polite society.
Yes.
I'd say that black companies are like Johnny Somali.
Okay.
They are run by old people who understand the game. And they are more than happy to take advantage of how polite Japanese society is. No, not the thing to keep in mind is Japanese companies can be pretty brutal to work at times. Black companies are that, but pretty much on steroids. Your hard work doesn't matter at a black company. The fact that you have a job is what should make you happy, according to them. According to your boss. So it kind of ends up leading to people who just don't really understand how difficult it can be to live these days, because a lot of them are older and don't really have the same experience, Like, say, actually job hunting. Or even just in modern companies. Japanese boomers are interesting. Anyways, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick.
Sure. I will keep them occupied. So, how's it going, chat? Do you have any questions about professionalism for me? The way people talk about Japanese companies, I figure black companies was the default setting. I don't think it is. They still have a legal structure over there. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it. What is your opinion on non-competes? I think it's stupid. I understand non-compete agreements. Actually, it's a little more complicated than that. Because the issue is, depending on the industry you're in, you can siphon a company for what it's worth and then leave, right? So how do you protect yourself against, as is the case with YouTubers, how do you protect yourself against somebody who enters your company, builds a fan base, and takes that fan base away from you? It's a little complicated, but at its core, individuals should be permitted to do whatever they want with their business. So, yeah, in principle, you shouldn't have non-competes. Siphon a company and leave sounds similar to what EA does. Well, EA is the company siphoning, but I'm talking about a talent here who goes into a company, joins it, spends a year there, and then decides, I'm not going to renew my contract. But over the time that you spent there, you built a fan base. There used to be a bit of a taboo about talking about who VTubers were. Welcome back. There was a taboo of speaking about who VTubers were when they left the company. But now people seem to be fine with it. And that taboo of talking about the VTuber, their past life and their new life, kind of protected that to a degree. But now there's no way to actually protect yourself, which is one of the reasons why when you are entering a company, this was happening a while ago where somebody was leaving a company and I just had to clear my throat. Somebody was in a company and they left and they had their IP and people were complaining about why is it the company doesn't give them the IP? Why is it they have to buy the IP? Well, the reason they have to buy the IP is, well,
it's the only way the company can effectively guarantee the person won't just sit there a year and just beat it the moment that they get their bag.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the reason why you need to have some kind of protection. Now, a non-compete would protect them, but the thing is, on principle, it's just disgusting.
Non-competes are gross.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because it means that, especially like with specialized industries, you can't demand that a person never work. That's like asking a person to just not work at all. You know?
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's not.
What Brave Group do?
Yeah, that was Brave Group. So Brave Group had disbanded, if I'm remembering correctly. I think, or the girls left, and some of them got to keep their IP because they bought it. Some of them didn't get to keep their IP. Or it was I don't remember which company it was, but everyone started going up in arms and saying, "Oh, well, why don't you just give the girls their IPs, right?" Well, because they can't just. First of all, it's still an intellectual property. You can still use it in the future. Second, it costs money. It doesn't just come out of nowhere.
I will note, however, that in VTubing it is extremely taboo to reuse a VTuber model.
Do what?
in VTubing, at least in the corporate side of things, it's
Mhm.
very taboo to reuse a VTuber model.
Yeah,
People weren't a fan of
but
it when Kizuna I did it. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. But there was also taboo to talk about past lives and future lives. So taboos can be broken. It just depends on who breaks it.
I don't know for sure though if it's one of those ones that can be easily done.
I don't think so either.
Like compared to like okay, the thing about the past lives and the current lives thing in VTubing,
Mhm.
that's its own thing. People like tend to focus more on the creator rather than the IP in VTubing. And that's
Yeah.
another aspect of it as well to keep in mind. But you know. Um because, you know, it's very screwed up to do that sort of thing. Wait, sorry. It's easy to talk about a person's past and current lives because people like gossip a lot. It's disgusting to a degree how much they love it. And alongside that, people also just are more than willing to just kind of enjoy they tend to enjoy the person more so than the product. If that makes any sense to say.
No, that makes sense.
Like if somebody has an Oshi, the chance it's not even guaranteed they're even going to be looking within the same company for a new one. Whether you look at it as foolish, the IP is still an investment that the company has made. Allowing them to buy the IP off of them is fine, but you also do need to keep in mind that, like, you know... Look at something like, do you think that Cover would be willing to sell the Gorgora IP? Like something of that sheer size when you really think about it. The cultural impact. Because that is one thing you do have to keep in mind about an IP, is, you know. But yeah, reusing models though, back on what I was saying there. Reusing models will not, I don't think it's gonna be one of those things that I could see becoming normalized as easily due to the fact that it's a
The
taboo
IP
that
might
tends
be.
to be more disrespectful to the original creator than it is a matter of appreciating it. Because actually, yeah, reusing an IP versus not talking about past lives are actually antithetical things. If that makes any sense to say. One respects the original creator, the other kind of disrespects it, if that makes any sense to say. I'm sorry, I ramble.
That's what, well, I mean, that's what we're here to do, right?
I'm not good at it though. That's the problem.
No, you're fine.
Oh, I doubt it as well. I don't think Cover would be willing to give up that IP that easily. Because you also do have to keep in mind that, like, you know, an IP is also an investment. A lot of ad dollars. Even if Cover's probably gotten their money back in more off of it all. It doesn't necessarily mean, though, that there's nothing there. Oh, that as well. They can't make that merch anymore. mean, it can be debated whether or not they will still make the merch even now that it's over, but also don't worry about, like, you know, talking over me on breath.
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just kind of don't like it when I feel like I'm kind of being a bit one-sided at times.
Fine.
I've been yelled at a fair few times by some friends who don't like me talk because I tend to accidentally talk over people.
That's fine.
Uh,
I don't see a reason why they're yelling at you. Yeah, we're here to talk. We're talking.
Queen de Coco merch was harmless to the Hololive girls made their money. Oh, okay. I mean, I assume that they always get commission on these things. Wouldn't make sense if they didn't. Or at least it'd be kind of scummy if they didn't.
I'm listening to you, and I'm kind of just trying to map out this area.
Remember, guys, the
like
true
this
power in this world is merchandising.
Yeah, that was in the movie Spaceballs.
I think, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kike is cool. No, this is kind of just a thing with just me and Umbra doing. Sorry. Let's see. YouTube revenue is one third YouTube, 1/3 cover, 1/3 of the girls. With merch, most of the money goes to the girls. Ah, okay. That's actually kind of interesting to hear. I didn't know that one. Then again, I've never worked in a corpo, so not like I can really say how much about how this stuff works. And then again, I kind of feel like cover comes off. At the very least, they come off like they were one of the better deals.
Mm-hmm. They do seem to care.
Like, as far as, like, corpos to work for go, I don't know how it's going to be going forward, just because, you know, how things are, but, you know, there's just this black marketeer just hanging out over here. He's really close to town. But, anyways. Oh, that was a good snap. I got some sugar snap peas.
Oh, that's nice. I need to map out this place and envision what I can do with it.
That is fair and semi-hostile. We don't have access to the contracts. That we know of. Didn't somebody leak... I don't know, did somebody leak one of the contracts for cover? Or for Hololive?
That would surprise me incredibly if they managed to do that.
All I know is Roshia pulled some stuff. Ugh. She's lucky she didn't get sued horribly for what she did.
You know, they do. You know, they do seem to be a little more understanding, a little more, you know, caring about their talents. So
I think it's because the average. I'm pretty sure it's because the average YouTube agency is getting most of their people from freaking psych ward. Maybe that's a jab at Sakana. I don't know. You don't know.
Men spend time in psych wards.
Huh?
That's how you get the girls.
Well, yeah, the best girls always come from psych wards.
You know, in a strange way, yeah. Because they'll talk about anything, which is entertaining.
Yeah, and then you get people like Kirsch who just talk about some of the most cursed stuff ever.
Kirsch is her own bag of, well,
fun.
Yeah.
I think a Niji contract was leaked by a popular lawyer YouTuber. I don't remember the name. Maybe it was the Niji contract I was thinking of. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised though if all these contracts leaked at some point. After all, why should the companies be the only ones to have the fun? I only dislike Kirsch because she dislikes Kiwi Farm because she supports Kiwi Farms. Yeah, Kiwi Farms is pretty bad. Like, I kind of feel like Kiwi Farms has often been a bit more on the area of, like, where you kind of see real harassment pop up. Or at least it tends to be a bit more organized towards that sort of thing. 4chan's just a bunch of people complaining about the latest things that went down, you know? Oh.
To Daisy.
But I don't like 4chan anymore. They're too, what's
the culture
word?
there is certainly.
There's too many federal agents there for my liking. You know, you just go on there and it's just like every other post is just, oh, federal agent, glow so bright. Wait, iFunny has feds? There's no way that's for real. Are you telling me that my questionable memes that I posted onto iFunny once when I was like 18? Are you telling me that those the feds saw that? By the way, iFunny was just proto TikTok.
Never been there.
Don't. If you get the iFunny app, trust me, it was a very easy way to lose a lot of time for nothing.
Yeah, spent a little too much time in the bases. I'm just gonna go around now and kill, catch, and...
No, it was the same feel as... It's the same feel. It was based on scrolling. You just keep going and scrolling and scrolling. It was awful. I hated it.
You scroll... What is iFunny exactly?
It was an app where people would post random memes.
Okay.
The memes were... what?
Not so great?
Oh, they were funny, don't get me wrong. My problem, though, is just the formatting of the app was extremely addictive. I kind of caught on to it pretty quickly. I maybe had the thing installed on my phone like 3 or 4 separate times. Typically, it ended with me getting frustrated because the app is too. It was too addictive, you know?
Okay.
So I deleted the app because I realized that if like I couldn't keep going with that stuff.
Well, that's good. Like if it's something is affecting you poorly, you want to take care of it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't recommend it. I really don't. I have some of the worst memories of that. Like we're talking you'd lose a day out of it, and it was awful.
It does sound pretty bad.
Yeah,
It reminds me of playing Warcraft. When you play
At
Warcraft, you
least
can put in
there,
like,
you might be interacting with some people or building something or something. At least you're making something there, not just
I
consuming.
guess
That's all it ever was. It was freaking consuming.
it did become consumption after a while, where you just played the game because you were addicted to it, and you didn't really do anything besides playing the auction house because you know it was a habit-driven thing.
Maybe. Honestly, for me, even when I like get addicted to games, I tend to just crash after a while and just be like, oh, I'm done. I'm done.
That's what I did with this game. I played this game until I was like done for a while, and I stopped.
Yeah, this is what you do.
Oopsie daisy. I get shot by these things.
You know, the bosses survive every hour. But,
Oh yeah,
but the
I didn't
crazy
know
thing
that.
about it is that that's only the ones in the sealed, like the sealed realm bosses. The ones that are just in the overworld, they don't do that. They respawn after like not too long, honestly. Oh, frick! Mistakes were made! Welcome, how's it been? It's been a while. Thank you for the raid.
Hello,
How's
Raiders.
soon? What?
You like your yapping tortilla? It was Nichi-sanji. Nichi did what?
What?
Oh, I'm just reading the chat on my end. I wasn't paying attention for a while, and I just looked. I was like, I need to get better at paying attention to my chat.
Oh, also, 13 Britonian, welcome, Steven. I apologize if I missed you. I'm, kind of struggled to keep in there with the Rumble chat. Uh-oh, Sinister dropped a massive text warning. Here we go.
Oh,
I'm positively terrified.
that's it. Massive text. Orky's just warning you. Any trends in VTubing recently that have caught your attention?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Hmm. Part of 2017-2020 game escapism and game addiction. Ah, that's pretty rough, Fashion Star. As for trends in VTubing, I don't follow trends. I see myself as a trendsetter, okay? Sometimes I'll tweet something out and somebody I know will retweet it. And then that basically makes me famous, like. Yeah, but I just don't really like following what the crowd typically does. Cause I am a forever contrarian. I kinda do wonder how I'm gonna look back on these days when I'm... Then again, I don't know if I'll ever stop. I've been at it too long, you know?
Mm-hmm. Is it Daisy? He knocked me off my wolf.
Hmm?
One of the pals uses like a whirlwind. He knocked me off the dire howl.
Mm.
I think I need to get a ring of mercy because I'm just killing these smaller pals and starting to get a little bit annoying.
30,000 gold. In the small settlement,
Yep.
the merchant sells it for 30,000 gold.
I presume I can make it. Yeah, we have the parts to make it. I'll just make it.
Oh yeah, we can just make them now, can't we?
Yep. I'll go back to base and make it right now. I feel a bit bad now because I grabbed the... Can we take off? All right. See ya. See you in the hospital.
Give it a night.
I was gonna move the farm and then I was gonna move to that nice little area I spotted, but now I'm like, maybe this was a mistake. Maybe I should have just kept the farm where the farm was, because the little project is gonna take a lot of time. So I'm probably gonna do the experimentation on my own server. Oopsie daisy. What did I pick up?
Now let's
wood.
experiment a little.
Yeah, but if I spend all my time just experimenting, it's I'm not leveling up. I'm not contributing.
It's always fun for me, like in Minecraft. Sometimes just playing around with new mods.
Yeah, I'll move the farm back because I'm just not. I don't feel like I'm doing something that it should be. So, that egg is still going.
tell ya, I'm like the most on again, off again person when it comes to some things.
Where's this coming from?
Just like whenever I do like try to make like stuff like offline, I lock in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then like immediately after, I just start to collapse afterwards and I don't get anything done. I don't know. Kind of like the cover stuff. When I was working on like when I was working on that. When after the project was done, I just kind of just went nowhere. Also, I found a new base. Right next to the guy on the bridge.
Yeah, that's where I had put it. I was gonna do like because you know you can see those little steps that go down, and I saw someone do something similar where they kind of made like a little village where it goes down. I was gonna make like a little hut, a little house as you go down, and then have little gardens everywhere. But it's a little more of like a nativity, so it's not exactly gonna be efficient. So it's something we're gonna probably experiment with on my own time, probably tomorrow when I'm playing Power World again. Then and if something works out, then I'll bring it here and make it cute. So I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna go back to where the base is. I'm gonna drag it all the way back to the meadow, and slap it down. Do the farm
If
like
you
I
turn
used to.
structure decay off, you can make that stuff forever.
Oh, you broke up there.
If you
You
turn
broke up there
structure
for a
decay
second.
off, you can just make that stuff forever.
I could, but I kind of like the idea of constraints, and I still need to have the initial concept in my mind before I begin to develop it. And that I think is the problem. Is like I saw something that I liked, but the concept is not exactly functioning. I need to. It's mostly measurements and how big I want things and how I want to design the exteriors and have it all come together. So. Oh, I found where the palaspheres were. I put the palaspheres in the box accidentally with the next to the ranch. No, there we go. Now I got 300. Okay. Where do I build that ring of mercy now? Oh, there we go. We just don't have ingots.
Need to look towards getting a level 4 kindling, pal.
Yeah. I'm going to get this ring. I'm going to capture some stuff. I'm going to level up quickly, and yeah, I'll be more helpful in the future.
Ah, no worries, no worries.
No, I've been a little too selfish.
Hey, for what it's worth, I'm just enjoying going through all the bosses again. Especially when everything's kind of overpowered.
I'm a little curious to see if there's any more news about those, about the drama.
Maybe one day someone will make a doc about me. But that'll never happen. I'm too likable.
What? I'm sorry? Who's too likable? You?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm too cute and likable. It makes it impossible for anybody to think poorly of me. it's okay, right?
You cut out a couple of times. Not sure if that why that was.
See, the best part about it is with me, it's impossible to tell what's me cutting out and what's just like what's my internet and what's me not talking well.
It sounds like the internet whenever you cut out. So
I got a bit of a stutter.
One of your pals just came over and completed the. Oh, hey, Sparkshaw, how's it going? Oh. The contract that was leaked was a template from Nietzsche. Ah, I see. Okay. Let me put this ring on. Oh, it's already on. Okay. No more killing these little guys. Now I can just be brutal with them.
Careful though. If you use anything that sets them on fire or something, you'll still take damage from that.
Oh, yeah? The fire is considered like a neutral entity?
Yeah, effects still
That's
work.
interesting. I forgot to put the PAL gear. There we go. I think your guy just got stuck in my my storeroom. Oh. He's asleep. Okay. Doing good? How am I doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm playing the game, chilling out. This is Shiroi. Say hi, Shiroi. See, she's adorable.
I need to bring up your chat. I'm really bad about doing this sometimes.
Big what?
Bring up your chat, because I always forget.
There we go. Please the gaming gods that did that one thing. Head towards a desiccated desert and fight the boss at the PIDF tower. Huh.
That's a little early
maybe
for
not
that, I
yet.
think, for you.
Yeah, it's just the journey giving me orders. Because I know where that is. I'm like, huh, that's a little.
Yeah,
that's a little
at your level, you're
yeah.
typically gonna want to go to that
Lilene.
to that mountain in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, along with capturing a bunch of these pals. She's cute and a yapper. There you go. See, they like you. They like you, Shiroi.
I don't really deal with compliments.
I know. That's why she's perfect. It's like.
Anyways.
It just the trick is just to lean into it. Just be like, "You're damn right. I'm perfect." That's what I do.
Look, I can joke about stuff, but like it's normally just a joke.
That's why. No, this is why I do like to get beyond the awkwardness. Is I just go above and beyond. If someone says I'm perfect, I go, "You're damn right. I'm a demigod. No, I am a god among men." And that's where you go. Oh, this is such a great ring to have. It feels like cheating. Now she's shy, even better. Yep. Lots of YouTubers are shy. It's so much fun to tease them. I will take 10 of your stock. Well, Shiroi, we need to find out how to clone you.
There we go.
That's a strange ability. He just charges forward and
Yeah, sorry, we're not doing any cloning stuff here.
no cloning? No.
No, that's it takes away from the novelty.
Oh, these guys are.
You know, everything becomes less neat after it's over, after it's mass produced.
Trying to capture human slaves here, and it's not working out as intended.
Sadly, you cannot put humans into the global power box.
I think I caught one of them. There we go. Now he's nope, he's not dead yet.
So that means that like you can't capture a human, make a really strong one, and then and then take it to and then take it
That's
to
a
other
shame.
worlds.
Would be cool if you could do that. Just make this absolutely disgusting human. Oh, Sinister is on my stream. He's saying not to give you nukes. I have spoken, I disappeared back there now. What's the story behind that?
I don't know.
What have you done with nukes? Or I guess the question would be, what have you not done with nukes?
Oh, wait a second. My Minecraft server is a bit of a wasteland these days.
Oh,
Never could get the ICBM mod working though. Too much extra junk involved with getting it, and it wasn't worth the effort. I felt like.
I love this Ring of Mercy. It's really useful. Again, it feels like cheating. It can also be called the Ring of Torture because they're not going to die, no matter how much I burn them.
Unless they catch on fire.
Yeah. Okay, I got enough Gumos. It's Daisy. The little guy ran away. Oh, where am I going? Moving in the wrong direction.
Oh, also quality. You gotta remember, you can either be cute or you can be funny, but you can never be both.
Isn't that what Chibidoki is?
Never be both.
Why?
It's a sin. Also, it gets you banned more often than not.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, flying too close to the sun. Let's see here. Now, what's this? Nothing useful for this. Oh well.
Oh, I see. So my pals can still kill because they don't have the even with the ring. As long as I'm not ratting them.
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
I like the gold Relaxosaurus.
Gold?
I don't know if they ever re-released that skin or not. It was an exclusive skin that was a freaking Twitch drop of all things. Yeah, but it's a Relaxosaurus, but in gold.
Nice.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
My
Alpha Van
biggest
Horn?
issue with this game, there are too many dragon pals that I just freaking love. There are too many really good dragon pals. It's hard to pick just one.
Oh, I got killed. My Van Horn did a bad job keeping me alive.
I'll get over there and help you out real quick.
Wanted to catch this guy here, but no luck.
Never understood why some people don't like vegetables.
But just plain old veggies.
Hmm?
Just simple veggies.
Oh,
Isn't like a stick. I don't. Just like a stigma people have.
did you just
Oh,
give
thank
up?
you for the follow, Sinister. Yeah, I did. Wasn't sure how far away you were.
I was about to get over there. Oh.
Oh, okay. It's fine. I can also just teleport. I wasn't too far away from a point.
There.
So I thought it might probably just be quicker for me to like, yeah. I do want that Van Worm. He's big.
Maybe they should add ICBMs to Power World, though.
Well, I mean, maybe. They certainly have them in Fallout, like the baby.
Yeah.
Davy Crockett. Yeah, you just have like the rock. You have the rocket launcher already. Just put like a Davy Crockett kind of ammunition. Bigger boom.
Honestly, I think it would have gone. I think the design of the Fat Man would have gone a little bit harder if it was just a Davy Crockett. I think the Davy Crockett was just a nice-looking weapon.
Yeah. Except
Simple.
for just
Wasn't
it was mutual
overcomplicated.
destruction.
Nah, it was just a tactical nuclear device.
There we go. I got my shit back. But I don't have the big alpha. Just a shame. Because he was big. Go flying the big guys.
I wonder if it's possible to get a hold of a Davy Crockett these days.
There was a story some time ago where for a science fair, a kid built his own nuke.
Now, is it a... Was
He
it
just needed,
like a reactor? Or?
yeah, the whole thing. He just needed the material, and he could have had his own, explosion.
Oh, frick! It actually freaking made a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, Yeah, he just didn't have the material, for the explosion part.
Yeah,
But
the fissile material.
yeah, well, this is like a while ago. I never checked to see if the story was true, but I remember people were talking about it quite a bit. And I thought, well, that's cool. How did he do that? He just did it by going through books in the library.
You know what? Good on that kid for properly utilizing his Second Amendment rights and his right to make whatever weapons he wants.
That's the most American response I've heard in a while.
No, the Boy Scout one I think was the kid that made a nuclear reactor in his backyard. Very irradiated. I think it was basically correcting like radioactive material from like a lot of different sources.
I remember that story too. Yeah.
Actually, I think he also managed to make a breeder reactor. So the thing kind of didn't even need any materials to be thrown into it. Just kind of made its own. Crazy stuff.
Hello, Ends. Welcome. From smoke detectors. You mean he made the nuke from a smoke detector? Okay, and I have to take a look at this because this is.
He got the materials he needed from the smoke detectors. Because I think this is back when like they had like freaking radium and everything.
The nuclear Boy Scout. Right. This is okay. Yeah.
Radium. I love radium.
Well, damn.
Radium is good for you. It promotes strong bones.
Surprisingly, he didn't die from radiation. He died from alcohol, fentanyl, and some other drug.
That's how he wanted to go.
It's kind of funny when boy builds a nuke, doesn't die from nuclear radiation poisoning. He just dies from drugs as an older man.
I tell ya, dying from fent these days is almost cliche.
Yeah. See Daisy.
Actually, I think he also did. I'm pretty sure he actually got horribly depressed. Like, I think I remembered hearing the story of that one. He never got out of his parents' house, I think.
Oh, I mean, I'd be depressed if that happened.
Yeah, like it was. Yeah, the story is pretty, like, it's kind of sad, honestly. Like, honestly, the making a nuke in his backyard thing, that was straight up his life's accomplishment. That guy peaked as, like, a freaking 16-year-old or whatever.
I mean, it's a shame. Like, if you're smart enough to do this kind of thing, like, you should be going somewhere.
Unfortunately, we just have too many Nazi scientists. Wait, they didn't make nukes. No, they just got us to the moon. Nazi.
You mean the scientists after World War II?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another very good example of how war crimes are kind of meaningless.
I mean, they are, as long as nobody documents them.
Well, it's not even that. Crimes. It's like, so long as you're useful enough, they'll find a way to, like, let you off with a warning.
That's what a lot of kids thought when they were hacking the FBI. he just ended up in jail. They're like, look,
Well,
I
yeah,
can
but
do
that's
this.
because
You
you
need
hacked
me.
the FBI. That's not a war crime. That's federal offense.
But the concept's the same. I'm useful, so work with me. And they're like, no. I think there's some pride in there involved, you know.
Maybe.
Like they can't have you work with them. It's gonna make them look bad.
Pretty much. I mean, it's not like
Uh,
it's not like you're like some, former SS officer that they can just, say, just give you a name change and we'll have the ability to just say, oh, no, it's a totally different person.
Yeah. Well, it's like George Carlin said: cops didn't see it, you didn't do it. The crime is not the crime; it's getting caught.
Pretty much. I found him in Argentina. Can I keep it? Okay, so I heard somebody say they actually did find him.
I remember old photos.
Like apparently the Argentinian government came out and said yes, he actually was living in Argentina. Was that true?
Did that's kind of fucked up in a way and kind of cool in another. Wait a minute. Give me a moment.
In my personal opinion, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he died in the bunker or if he died surrounded by his 55 Argentinian children, okay? Realistically speaking, At that point, it's just like Napoleon, because they exiled him to a small island after the Napoleonic Wars. And then he never did anything again. Because he couldn't. Because he
Sorry
was
about
in
that.
exile.
Heard some noise. Wanted to see if it was the neighbors. Can't tell them to keep it down.
Want to see if it required a shotgun.
No, no, no. I've spoken to them. I have to give them a little notice, let them know like it's too loud, keep it down. We gotta try and find that sweet spot so that they can listen to their noise and I can have some peace and quiet.
So you live in an apartment, or?
Will that be telling?
Aww.
Keep
And
it a
yeah, I was
secret.
hoping to be able to dox you a little.
Oh, one of the guys died. He caught fire. Let's see. Carrot plantation. They have compound bows.
Compound bows are okay.
Yeah. Assembly, weapon assemblies. Ba ba ba. Because it's a little bit faster than using a gun. Oh, bee guards. Wow, they have a lot of health.
You gotta love the bees.
I don't. I know the the pain of having to deal with these guys running after you.
Oh, they're awful. They're the worst.
Yeah. They're not bad workers, and they make honey.
Oh, the honey's very useful. You want as much honey as you can get.
Yeah.
That's how you make cake for breeding.
Yep. See Daisy. Okay, I'm gonna die here again if I keep this up. I'm gonna let my guy take care of that. Take care of that bee.
Played a game with Napoleon a bit ago. Wouldn't stop flirting with every woman he met. We might be talking about different Napoleon.
Be right back again.
Yeah, no, that's the one. I didn't know he was an avid gamer. Ah, okay, okay. Does he start every does he start every conversation with you know, I found the crown of France in a gutter and put it on my head? Localizers make him say something French a lot. Oh no. I can't believe they retconned Napoleon to be French. The French variant. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. No, for what it's worth, that does translate to, that is supposed to translate to my, but you know. But then everybody just kind of interpreted it having some dirtier meaning because a bunch of One-san said it in a very sultry voice. Now, what do you mean by clip narrowly avoided, Wendier? I do really bad when it comes like doing memes, cause Evil Bird, welcome, Steven. That was close. Not to mention it.
Okay,
I
I'm
can see
back.
what you mean
Sorry
when
about
you
that.
say Stay Puft Marshmallow Dragon. Because of the sailor suit. I also don't know if this PAL costume got redistributed at any point. Now, what do you mean by confirmed French?
French.
That is an insult right there, Wendia.
Madame, je vous en prie. Par contre, je suis pas français, mais je parle français. Donc, c'est pas une choix. Vous voyez. Is that enough?
I'm horrified. I'm disgusted.
Oh, c'est bien.
Positively
There are
disgusted.
Frenchies. There are French here. But chat, she knew I spoke French beforehand. Don't let her fool you. She knew.
So tell me, is your French considered good or?
It's pretty decent. I've had people from France tell me it's good. But there's two kinds of French. I can do the Quebec French, which some consider to be dirty. It was French all along. I'm not actually French, I just speak it. And then there's like Parisian French, right? It's a little more soft on the ears. What's a sentence I could probably say? Let me use ChatGPT and let me see if it can give me two sentences. This is such a useful tool. I love this. I love ChatGPT. It's so much fun to play
I
with.
need to hop on. I need to like actually try messing around with that stuff. I just kind of have a lot of qualms with it all. Not the biggest fan of the AI stuff, but I also know I need to like, actually try working with it here and there.
It's good. It has its utility. When it comes to, I usually tend to use it as like a source. And then just like, hey, can you give me some quick sources?
Hey,
I know.
It's See the Fox. Thank you for the raid.
Oh, hello, Raiders.
Oh, welcome. How's the stream? Welcome, Raiders. Can I shout out on Kick?
I have no idea. I don't know how Kick works. But if you want a sentence, like in Quebec, they tend to like shorten words. So you can have this is not a great one, but the example is je vais au magasin. In Parisian French, they'd say je m'en vais au magasin, or je vais faire du shopping. And in Quebec, they'll just shorten it to je fais du shopping. So words can get like shortened in so you can have like this, and then you have different dialects depending on where you are in Quebec. If you're in the south, it's a little more. It's closer to the Parisian French.
Basically, just hick French.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, they won't say it like that. What they'll say is this is the actual French from the king, because they say the French hasn't changed since like for centuries. So this is the proper French from the king, to give themselves a bit of a royal thing. But it tends to be considered like hick French.
Why does that sound like the most Quebec thing I've ever heard?
Pride, I guess.
Huh?
Because it's very prideful.
Well, that's kind of what I mean, like, because like when I'm gonna be honest, like when I think of like, the guys like from Quebec, it's like, I think of like just these really prideful people,
They are, yeah. I mean, they're not terrible. The problem is, I think that's just the mythology is that they're tied to about the injustices in here. I think it's a little bit overblown. And it's very difficult to kind of drag that away because of how...
Alrighty, Tishi, just remember to take care of yourself after stream. Later.
And everything's like swearing because of the relationship between the French Canadians and the Catholic Church. Anything that has to do with the church is kind of considered to be a curse word. So in French, they'll say words like merde, which just means shit, or salope, which is not really a curse, but mostly just merde. But in French Canadian, you've got Osid Christ de Tabarnak, which just means host of Christ's tabernacle.
I assumed that mentioned the tabernacle, but you know.
Yeah.
I may not know French, but I know enough English to know French.
Yeah, it's always a fun thing. Like when you start looking at the root of language, where words come from.
A lot of it tends to originate from Latin, so.
Yeah. Yeah. English is like the little bastard language where it's a combination of Germanic, Latin, and Norse.
It's absolutely disgusting. It's hilarious how out of all the languages to become like the world trade language.
Yeah.
It ends up being just like one of the weirder ones.
Curious to see like how it continues to evolve. There's just stupid words like skibbity, which, like is essentially cancer for the ears. But
Every
then there's
language
like
has its slang, okay?
the incorporation of Japanese words into the English language, like kawaii, which is interesting.
That's just slang though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you never know. In like 50 years, it might become part of it. Right? That's kind of just how language works.
I guess.
And it's
I
kind
mean,
of cool to see
hey,
it.
for what it's worth, I suppose it's fair that we take a few words. Those guys have been stealing words from us forever.
Yeah. Like for them, orange is just orange. See, Daisy, there was a little thing there I forgot.
I can't think of any specific examples off the top of my head, but I know for a fact that it's kind of joked around in some circles. You know, it'll all be English one day. One time I did an artist just wrote skibbity boobies on a thigh strap. Amazing stuff. Incredible.
Are there words you want me to translate from French to English? Or sorry, from some words you want to know what having a brain fart here. Are there words you want to know in French? How to say them?
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
So Sparkshot, you're saying I'm French. We're almost French. Come on.
Lucian over here said, I'm dark enough people start speaking Spanish at me, but when I open my mouth, they look at me like I'm an abomination. I've heard, like, I've heard that if you look kind of stereotypically Asian, and like, like old Japanese ladies, they'll be disgusted at your presence if you don't know Japanese.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, that's not unusual. There's lots of cultures where if you're not like of that culture enough, right, they're going to be disgusted with you. Yeah.
Yeah, little.
I think in the VTubing sphere there was that issue that happened with was it Bao? Yeah, it was Bao who was Vietnamese, and
Oh, really?
yeah, and her community was in Vietnam was disgusted because she didn't know enough. I don't know if it was her, but there was somebody like that where, like, you're doing the service to your culture.
I don't know if it's a hot take or not to say, but I don't think you owe it to anyone to learn any particular language.
No, it's just a tool. The thing is, it's considered to be part of like a culture, right?
Sure. And I get that, but it's kind of like once you're a few generations out from, like, the motherland, that culture's gone, realistically speaking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not for people to presume. Like, okay, you're part of an ethnic group, therefore you need to do what the group does. Like, no, you're an individual at the end of the day. You should be you. You do what you want. And if they don't like that, it's too bad. But it depends. Every culture is a little bit different, and
Being a part of an ethnic group and a different cultural group is also its own thing. Just because you're a part of one ethnic group doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to also fall into a certain cultural group as well.
I think it depends on at least like people
Like it's a common, like it's a
combination
common,
of history.
it's like a common meme for people that like it's like in America, I'd be like, oh, I got some Native American in me or something, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Realistically speaking, though, it doesn't matter. More often than not. I think my biological grandfather, I think my mom said he was half. And it's just like, realistically speaking, that doesn't matter. Because I'm so disconnected from that it doesn't. Even if,
That's the thing. Some people see it as being like an obligation. It depends on where the culture and its origins. If it's a more conservative culture, they'll see it more as an obligation. In the West, it's not so strict. Or in many places in the West, it's not so strict.
Maybe I'd have some ancestors who'd be disappointed to see a bunch of white people. Maybe. But that is just where things ended up. My family is just extremely offensively white. And we're proud.
Where are you going with this, Shiroi? I start pulling out the professional lingo. I don't condone anything this small dragon says. Please don't cancel me.
Yeah. How could you possibly be upset? Mr. Grease is right. Yeah. How can you possibly be upset? I completely lost track of what I was supposed to do.
Just trying to level as much as possible, catching these guys.
I used to work for a farm owned entirely by 6-foot-plus Swedes, and offensively white is pretty apt. We're talking, we'll just bite into a potato.
Oh, that's gross. I've done that. It's not.
Oh, raw potatoes are wretched. I don't know how on earth anybody does that, but
Yeah, and you can get sick from that too.
I'd like to use my
Heard someone
credit
mention.
card. Wait, hold on. What was the rest of it? I'd like to use my credit card. Is any of this gluten-free?
There's entire aisles in the grocery store are just gluten free.
Oh wait, no, I think it was. Do you have anything non-dairy? Anything gluten-free? I don't like potatoes. Must be English ancestry trying to oppress the Irish. Don't worry, Quality. I got a lot of Eastern European ancestry as well. So it's pretty likely that most of my ancestors probably would have viciously murdered each other if they had the chance.
Jesus. Yeah, caught these guys.
Oof.
Yeah, there's something probably up this mountain. Oh, there's an effigy.
You gotta remember, the one true fact about the world: people hate people that look like them but are different.
That is more true than yeah. It's very true. Can make a revolver now. It doesn't seem to be worth it though. I recall punishments for out groups were bad, but punishments for in groups who violated perceived
that'd always be
tenets
worst.
was far worse.
Well, yeah, because you'd know better. You're supposed to know better. Generally speaking, people tend to not like out groups much, but in groups don't really get much better, typically speaking.
Well, it was considered to be like treachery, so they would be extra mean.
They look just like me, but the sounds coming out of their mouth were horrifying English when they first met the Irish. Let's see, just ask my Pan-Asian, it's wild what they say about people who look and talk like that. Hey man, nothing in this world worse than somebody that's kinda like you, but not like you enough. Wait, there was once a war for survival between 4 species of sapiens and a species of mega baboon. That's wild.
Mega baboon. From where? That sounds interesting. There's these huge bones here. I kind of wish there was like some kind of lore behind them.
You wanna know what I think they are?
What?
Have you seen the original Power World trailers?
Nope.
Okay, well, in the original Power World trailers, there was a POW that was like a giant flying whale or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what I think those bones are from.
Okay. Funny enough, like the giant whale is, you see it in a lot of mythology. It's been used often in games.
Let me see if I can find it actually.
Oh, shoot. I got taken down by a bee.
Let's see if I can find it actually, because that's actually one of the pals from like the early trailers that I was genuinely curious to see.
I remember seeing a video about the whale with wings. And it's used pretty often in games. Final Fantasy used it.
I don't think it had wings necessarily. I think it was just a whale that flies. Also, everyone loves space whales! it's just the truth, alright? Everyone loves space whales. Okay, they took down the video off of the Steam page. I'm gonna have to look for... Because you gotta remember that Pal World has been a thing since, like, 2021. It is an old game as far as, like, you know, before it was made. Or pre-release.
Sorry, it just went to... Check, there was noise again. Let's see where it was coming from.
A surprising amount of content still exists, though. I'm gonna be honest, though. The graphics looked a lot better in the early versions. I really hope that somebody makes a mod for Power World one of these days that adds
Oh,
more
I see
to
it. The giant whale.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It is so weird to watch this trailer. I'm currently watching one of the early beta trailers, and it's just like there's so much stuff that is in the game, but also isn't. They'd better
I'm just
do a
looking at
fishing
image.
update. Oh my god, they'd better do a fishing update. I forgot that was a thing. Anyways, you saw what I was talking about. I better not reminisce too
Yeah.
much.
The big whale with the crown.
Yeah, basically. I think that's what those bones are. I think they might introduce it in the future as a raid boss. That's what I think.
Okay. It's kind of small still compared to those bones, but I thought like the bones could be
We could say it's from a, like, you know, it's a pal. It never stops growing.
Yeah, that's true. That'd be a good lore behind it.
Oh no. There you go. That's what I'd put it for anyways.
I mean, that would work, you know. It could just be big pals that were there in the past and stopped growing. I've got to avoid this area because there's a German tide.
It's just kind of funny seeing how many pal designs were already in the beta. Or wait, or would that be the alpha? I forget where it goes. Is it alpha's like when they have everything? Beta's like when they don't know what all they're gonna do and they're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall to figure out what they want to do. And then alpha is when we kind of know what we're doing. And
It goes alpha, beta, and then they release.
oh, okay. I got it wrong then.
Yeah.
Now, Grease, you gotta remember, in the modern age, there's no such thing as a game going gold anymore.
Oh yeah, going gold. That's what they call after beta. I think that's when they're going to release the game.
No, it doesn't exist. Alright? It's just infinite beta.
Infinite beta.
Actually, among other things I saw in that trailer that were pretty cool was, freaking Grisbold just throwing hands!
Like punching stuff?
Yes, like... It's kind of wild to look at. I'm sure some something on that level is definitely wishful thinking, but God, that would have been cool.
It's Daisy. Try not to get killed. Huh. Didn't get the Cassius guy. Okay, maybe I need to get better equipment. I think some of these Grintails have implode. Anyways. Thank goodness these things glow in the dark.
Oh yeah, but one thing that the Alpha definitely was a bit different with was that it was a completely different engine. So,
Oh, yeah?
yeah, Unreal Engine ended up being a more recent thing.
Oh. Did they do the other one like another engine? I think Unity was really popular
Yeah, it was Unity, I think, originally.
with indie
Part of me
developers.
kind of thinks maybe they should have stuck with Unity, honestly. But that's just kind of my opinion. I kind of like the aesthetics more in the Unity engine, in the Unity alphas. I definitely wouldn't mind if somebody maybe did like a texture pack or something for the game down the line. Yeah, like as a mod or something.
I'm curious to see if they can ever mod this game. I would like to see what people come up with.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I definitely would hope that mods do get to be something more than just like, you know, random nude mods and other stuff like that, but Lover's Lab is on the job. Not the kind of mods I had in mind, but, you know, whatever. I found another predator, pal. Oh no, I left my whistle at home! Oh, and it's dead. Freaking B-Guard finished him off. That annoys me so much. I hate B-Guard. I hate you, B.
playing telephone with the neighbors to find out. It's them making the noise. Oh boy.
Are your neighbors still causing a racket?
They're not bad guys. They're just, we spoke to them yesterday. We'll try and find that sweet spot. But it might not be them, and it's kind of weird. Might be someone else or somewhere else. The music, the noise.
Sounds like they might be bad guys, though.
No, they're nice guys.
They
They're
are
nice guys.
ruining the feng shui of this building.
Definitely some feng shui is being ruined by something. I just don't know where it's coming from.
I don't know for sure how feng shui works.
Oopsie daisy. Isn't it just like energy?
All I know is it kind of sounds really white to be obsessed with it these days.
With what?
Yeah, feng shui.
Oh. Oh, that's why I have like 1,000 iron on me.
I can see a sad beige mom complaining about that. I still really don't understand how the sad beige mom came to be.
Never heard of that before.
No?
No.
It's just like a subset of, it's just a subset of white women who, they're just obsessed with the color beige for some reason. Like, everything in their house is beige, and it's just... It's weird. It's very weird.
I'm gonna start doing some research with the pals. Oh. There's a little, like, research station. And you can, like, select what kind of research you want to do, and it'll do the work faster, more efficiently.
That is true.
Do more damage. Yeah.
It can be a bit time-consuming.
I mean, they all seem to be doing nothing right now on the base, or a few of them don't seem to be doing very much. So
Or maybe
I
it's
just
also
thought,
it's time-consuming, but it's resource-intensive.
is it?
There's a lot of
Seems to be.
resources that go into it.
Oh yeah, it looked free to me.
What do you mean by free?
It just was like you select a thing. Oh, okay. I see. There's a research cost. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Whoops. Well, this one was free. The first one, where they just work faster, was free. This one seems to be relatively cheap. The work speed for kindling will be 5% faster. Unlock
First hit
flame
is free.
cauldron. Yeah.
Like that kind of free, or...
No, I need to get my armor. Get some new armor. So I'm still using pelt.
Still using pelt armor at level... whatever level you are.
32, 33, 33.
And again, I'm still using metal armor, so I guess there's that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do now. Thank you for Liline.
Oh, Eileen's a real one. Like, seriously.
Yeah, she works fast.
Works fast, works for free. Sanity drops really slow. Works all day, works all night.
For the compound bow, I need to have a weapon assembly line. Yes.
We have one.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't
Yeah,
build one.
check on the top of that weird scaffolding thing I made.
Oh, okay. That's why you made that.
We needed floor space for the factory. Actually, you know, the worst part about the beige mom, the sad beige mom trend, you know, kids need, kids actually do benefit from the stimulation provided by, you know, having, the extra colors around. I'm just saying, you know, they can benefit from these things. It helps in their development. Imagine, we could see all these colors, and you choose to see only beige.
There was something like this in the 80s. Lots of gray.
Yeah, probably. I just think it comes off as really sad, you know? I guess they are the only people who don't see color. You know, because everything's beige.
In the 80s, is because everything was being made out of concrete. There's lots of brutalism.
Brutalist architecture is one of the worst things, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just because it's cheap, right?
Yeah, that's basically all.
It's French for béton brut. So, if anyone didn't know, brutalism is French.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, béton brut, which is just concrete. Raw concrete.
Not even painting it, just this gray concrete monolith made.
Yeah.
A gray concrete monolith made to allow people to worship at the altar of consumerism. And so the modern world was born. Modernity sucks. Have I ever mentioned that? Just to, you know, it's just, it's really lame.
Where's the monitor station? Oh, here it is. I'm gonna make this guy to the base so he can take care of the ore.
Oh, that's what the Normantide is for.
He was doing that. Well, he wasn't really doing that, so I thought maybe he had difficulty reaching.
He has a kindling level of 4. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think he was just not reaching where the furnace was.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Let me go see if there's anything that we have to sell that we don't need. Oh. We can hatch this one. There's a huge dragon egg.
Oh yeah, that one's probably also another Yormungtide Ignis.
You want me to put it in the incubator?
Yeah, it'll take a while for it to hatch, so. They're mostly just good for, kindling.
Okay. Oops, Daisy. It'll take 2 hours. It's a long time.
Oof. Oh yeah, Gale Claw. It's kind of funny using Gale Claw as a glider. Because when you do that, they don't, what's the word? You can fire while you're, using them as a glider. Like, use your guns.
Oh.
And it's hilarious just watching your character one-hand a minigun.
There was a minigun. I think Duke Nukem had that. The one-handed minigun. No. No, it was Serious Sam.
I just found it funny because it's just like, yeah, big gun, but you're like one-handing it.
Yeah. Anything we need to buy?
I'm
Other
building that
gold,
last hot spring.
Okay. What do the pals usually get sick of? Is like fractures and stuff. I can buy medicine.
Some of everything's typically good. If they start starving, normally it's gonna lead to depression. Basically, illnesses tend to come from low stress levels.
Yeah. Just throw some medicine in the cabinet. Let them help themselves to the drugs. Be cool to have a pal that.
You don't want all the pals
Like
to
a
become
junkie.
junkies.
Yeah. No, have like a junkie pal. He just starts. Oh, nice level up.
I mean, have you seen Grisbold's claws? You don't want him to start scratching himself.
The junkie itch.
It's gonna freaking mess him up, is what it's gonna do.
Okay. New
Or
bone
her.
armor.
I can't remember which.
Is
Okay,
it
the
Duke?
one in my party is female. I think the one that's in the base is male, though. Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't say. Oh no, yeah, it's male. Yeah. Okay. Let me go to the tower and see if I can.
What are you
There's
going
quite
for?
a few. There's quite a few I can probably take right now. Hospitalia. There's Catris.
Are you gonna go after some bosses?
Yeah. One was level 23, so I'm going to go bully that one.
Remember, picking on things that are smaller than you gives you power.
There's no glory in that. I want some glory. Okay. Let the guy go do his thing. What's my pal not fighting it?
I've got no clue how this stuff for the support works.
Support?
Yeah,
You mean
for
like the
buildings.
big tower?
I don't know how the supports work, honestly. Like when you're building,
yeah.
like I don't know exactly what all the thresholds are.
There we go. Beat the boss and caught it. So the
In my
giant catchers
opinion, you
now.
shouldn't get the. I think you shouldn't. The boss shouldn't be considered defeated until you catch it.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be more interesting that way. The way it is right now is kind of just, you know, you just kill it and you call it a day. But you don't even so much as get a what's it called? The thing for I can't remember. My point is there's not really much challenge in just killing something in this game.
No, it's pretty easy. I could probably get the mammoth now. Level
Especially
31, I'm
when
level
things like
33.
Meteor Rain exist.
I see the level 30 oil rig. So is that like a place we can just go and start shooting?
Pretty much. Nothing too complicated. Just run in, shoot anything that moves, get the chest in the middle, and then get out.
Okay. And go fight Dart.
Actually, where is Yormantide Ignis? Ugh.
Okay, these guys are becoming annoying. I'm gonna let the guy kill him. Oh, these gory rats. They're just not getting caught by the...
I remember seeing some pretty crazy strats people done with those guys before.
Oh, yeah? For what
Yeah,
purpose of, like,
they basically have a skill that lets them double their attack power.
Oh,
It's an activated thing though, so like you can't do it instantly. Or it's not always active. But basically they do that, and then they like run them with implode or something.
implode?
Yes. Or maybe something like Megaton implode. I don't really know for sure what they'd run them with, but all I know is you can get a lot of damage in that way. Oh, thank God we have a coal. We can make the coal mine now.
They keep getting away from that area.
You know what's funny?
What is?
We have the sphere Symbion 3 made. Or I have the thing for it. Or sphere Symbion 2 schematics. Requires a lot of extra stuff though.
I think some of the stuff is not necessary because we will level up quick enough to get the next assembly line.
Nah. Sphere Symbion 2 is pretty far off from the advanced sphere assembly line. Advanced is level 56.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wasn't aware of that one being around because, again, that's new for me.
Not to mention most of the assembly lines max out at 4.2. I may need to start thinking about calling it soon.
We've been going for about 6 hours. Have you eaten today?
Yeah, I ate before stream.
Okay.
Anyways, guess I should take this as a sign that I need to go over to the desert. And we're gonna go collect a bunch of coal. As a child, I yearned for the mines.
Generally, children do yearn for the mines. Did you do the thing as a kid where you tried to dig a hole in the backyard? See how deep you can get?
I tried digging a hole in the backyard once. And then I hit a wire and I didn't try again afterwards.
Oh. Yeah, that's, what kind of a wire was it? Like electrical?
Don't
Or
know.
just-
All I know is Mom was not happy.
Ah. Yeah, I have to start investing into some new spheres. These ones are just not doing it now.
Oh, which one's he using right now?
The just a normal PAL sphere.
So the thing about the pal spheres is they start to lose their luster pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing now.
They're easy to get a lot of, but that's really the best thing
Yeah.
to say about them.
I got a bunch of them. I had like 300 of them, so I was going to use them for capturing small guys, but I also want to go to where the big guys are. And there's a Hell Zephyr. Yeah, Hell Zephyr. I kind of want them.
Yeah, at this point, I've kind of just been using a variety of random spheres I've found.
There we go. He's
I've
mine.
got up to legendary at this point. I haven't crafted a single sphere though.
There's
In my
Dart.
opinion, though, for like a decent all-purpose one, I'd say about hypersphere is a pretty good number to go to. Maybe ultra. Maybe ultra.
Ultra is level like what, 40 something?
I think, I don't know. 32.
Oh, I can already do that.
Oh wait, no, sorry. It's like 35.
Okay, soon. Very soon. Or 2 levels. Nice, got some tech points. Ability glasses, what do you do? Glasses used to discern ability, hidden blah, blah, blah. I can't speak. Let me get some water.
Oh yeah! The racism glasses.
I'm sorry, racism glasses?
Yeah. Yeah, the glasses that they make you racist.
Okay, so let me try that again. Glasses used to discern hidden PAL abilities, displays health, attack, and defense stats on a scale of 0 to 100. Oh, okay. So they're not racism, it's just discrimination glasses.
Okay, eugenics glasses. There we go.
It's okay, sure, let's go with that one.
Eugenics glasses.
Summoning Altar. I'm interested in this one.
Ah,
Offers a slot
that's a good one.
depicting a POW to summon a powerful POW to your base. Adequate caution and battle readiness is paramount. I'm gonna get this just because it goes with the theme of being a demon.
Just so you know, that's how you get raid bosses.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
And they can be pretty difficult. The early ones are kind of their own thing, but like the late ones are where things get very scary.
Well, that's good because, like I said, I think we were leveling really quickly, and you seem to know like a lot, so this is gonna be like a good challenge.
I'm just gonna say, throwaway bases are recommended.
Sure.
Like, a single throwaway base should probably be necessary just to...
Speaking of, there's a place over here that has like tons of iron on the
We don't need that.
No, okay.
Because we already have the ore. We already have ore, the ore mine set up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. But we can put a base anywhere then.
Also, like I said, we do have a coal mine now, so...
Yeah. Well, that's something like we can put a base anywhere.
Yes.
We can find like an ideal spot where we can't get raided too often.
Yeah, I typically recommend a small, like a pretty... For doing raid bosses, I recommend a flat area for it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it can be a bit difficult to get everything in. Oh, also, the Dig Toys managed to get us about 3,000 ores.
Nice.
I'm switching them over to working on coal. That way we can make more fine ingots.
Yeah. I think they
And
should
these
focus on.
ingots know to stick their pinkies up when they're drinking tea. And they also look down on other ingots. Because that's just how they are. Now what? I think I'll go to the the PIDF tower.
Where's that located?
In the desert.
Ah.
I think the order that it normally goes is, you go to, you do the tower in the plains first, then the
You
one
Zoe,
on the
then-
smaller mountain, then Mount Obsidian, then the desert, then you do the big mountain, and then you do the DLC ones in order of release. Alright, let's see if we're ready for this one. It's the fun part about all of these. You're either ready, or you're very much not ready.
Yeah, the gold Relaxosaurus looks pretty cool. I like the little crown on his head. It's cute.
Yeah, I think if they were gonna give that sort of thing to any of the pals, it was definitely gonna be Relaxosaurus. He's the
Yeah.
pocket pair mascot.
Yeah, it's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, everybody tends to, forget about it. Forget about Relaxosaurus.
The dopey little
Sprite.
guy.
Well, yeah, everybody forgets about Relaxosaurus because of, frick, Chillet. Because everybody likes Chillet more.
And she lives on the Discord. You can
But
play
yeah,
next to
everybody likes Chillet.
your. Yeah. Because he's a weekly guy.
Yeah. One of my favorite things they have on their Discord is the long Chillet emote.
Oh.
Or it's a series of emotes where you can make just a really long Chillet.
Okay.
Well, I thought it was funny. Alright, well, I guess the good news is, I got Marcus, most likely.
Marcus? Oh, you mean the guy in the tower? That's good.
I don't know, the crooked cop, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, Crooked Cop sounds about right. Where are all the lift monks? Oh, they're all there. Okay.
Lift Monk is weird. I feel like they don't spawn as frequently as some other pals do.
I found a whole bunch of them when I was playing by myself yesterday. Something I appreciate about them is that even at lower levels, they seem to have like a ton of defense. They're a little bit easier to
One of these
to
days
bring
I
to a
should
point
breed.
where you can.
I should breed a really good Lift Monk one of these days.
Yeah, they're kind of cute.
I forgot. I was gonna take off the Ring of Mercy before I do boss fights. It's like an almost without fail. And then I'm just in that embarrassing moment there where I'm just like, oh. There. And then I gotta deal with that. It's awful. I think though. Yeah, but I think it isn't until like once you reach the big mountain that the like you can't just out level the enemies anymore.
You mean like where the second tower is?
No, the last tower, the 5th tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, once you hit that one, out leveling them isn't really an option. Like you kind of
Well, I
have to
imagine-
breed at that point.
Okay. And use the condenser and get the best, the genetically perfect pals.
Yes, you have to make a genetically perfect pal. You have to make
Make it-
the uber pal.
And make a genetically perfect Dizzy.
The uber pollen.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
What else I like to have is there's another pal I had all on the team all the time. What the consequences are going to be to them being too depressed in the future. Like if the pals are just like their sanity's gone to hell. Is it going to give me like a message saying like, oh no, Lamball decided to kill itself?
That would be very interesting, but no. Unfortunately, the pals cannot resort to self-harm.
It's unfortunate because
For
it'd be
them.
funny.
Not us. But...
Yeah. Because I was setting up a monitoring station yesterday and I set it to just brutal work. I'm like, what are you going to do? Like, just get depressed the whole time? Oh,
She's just
cry
they're
me a
gonna
river.
climb to the top of the tower and jump off.
That'd be a pretty cool, like, if they set it to be something like that, like find the closest hill and then throw yourself off, find the highest point. And if the tower that we've made is the highest point, then it's a long way up. just see this little lamb ball shuffling itself up to that point and just kill itself.
Alright, I think I can say I'm about at my limit here.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of this dungeon and
Oof. Jeez.
yeah, I'm gonna oopsie daisy. Get out of the dungeon, go to the base that's just around the corner. Then we'll call it.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it feels like I'm cutting it a little short.
No.
Sorry if it feels like I'm cutting it a little short.
No, we went for 6 hours.
I consider that to be short. Let's look at our
Yeah, but-
options.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this place.
I'm gonna give it to. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Tui the Downbot.
Let me see who I can raid. Who's playing?
Thank you for the follow. I think we'll go ahead and give it to, let's give it to Ginny. It's been a bit since I last tried her. Currently playing Split Fiction.
I'm gonna raid. I know who I'm gonna raid. Yeah, raid Rixie.
That was close. Anyways,
So, it was a good time. Do you want to do this again next week?
I had a lot of fun. Next week might be difficult, so I might have to play
Right,
it
you're
by
starting work, right?
ear.
Well, we'll talk about it during the week and see when a good time is.
Yeah, we'll see how stuff just rolls around.
Yeah.
Is that all? Yeah, I guess it's all on my end. I guess I'll be back for Minecraft on Monday. We'll see. We'll
Yep.
see.
Thanks for the collab.
I had fun!
Yeah, a good time. To everyone on your side, thanks for showing up. On my side, thanks for showing up. Do you have anything any plans you want to mention?
Nope, don't have anything in particular I can think of.
Oh, I'm playing Power World again tomorrow at 4. So yeah, I've got to figure out the rest of the week. So
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
all
start
very
the
much
raid.
for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So good night.